What up, what up, what up? Hails, top of the morning. What's going on?
Hey, too cold. How you doing?
All right, all right. How about you?
I'm doing good. I'm now crossing everything I
Yes.
can cross to see if
You're
I can
now
get to
crossing
find the
what?
next. I'm crossing everything that I am able to cross to see if I get a place at the Expectar London event.
Mm, that's what's up. How far away is London from you?
If I was to drive around an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, but to be fair, looking at it, it would be better to get a train down there, stay in a hotel, and then train back home.
Okay, okay. That's what's up. So a train ride is what, like 45 minutes or something?
Probably around an hour or so, depending on how many stops it makes.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, either way, it's not hella far. That's about that's about the time it takes me to get to my doctor's office when I have to go for my appointments. So it's not too far. Not too far. It's like
No,
a
but
hop, skip, and a jump away.
now is just the time to wait and see if I get to be one of the lucky few to attend.
Yeah, that's what's up. Uh, looks like this cat, Chris, is rugging. What up, Unity? UNITY. What's up, my guy? Yo, yo, yo. What up, what up? Um, the Discord a little bit active, huh? It's worked, right? A little tiny bit. It's working, it's working. A little tiny bit. Chris, hit the request again. I tried to accept you, but I guess it rugged you when I hit accept.
Oh, Chris is back. Hopefully he's not going to rug again, but we all know what Twitter's like.
Yeah, I couldn't even stay in. I was trying to go to Solomon's call yesterday, and I couldn't. Like, it was kept kicking me out like every 30 seconds or every minute, and I kept like rejoining for an hour. And I was finally was like, fuck this. Like, I'm about to throw my phone. So I just left it alone,
Yeah.
and then I hopped in another space to see if it was like, Twitter completely. I don't know if it's because I don't know, like, when it does that, I don't know if that's like the host connection is kind of choppy to where it makes the crowd's connection a bit choppy, right? I don't know, because somebody else, who was I talking to yesterday? They said they were trying to be in that call too, and it had got messed. They, like, it kept kicking them out too. Oh, when I had the on-chain whales for the mint raid yesterday, he was saying he was trying to be in there as well, and he kept getting disconnected too.
Yeah, the first, I think it was 2 or 3 Treasury Talks calls we did where we had projects come on. We were literally rugging at the hour mark and then having to set the space back up and continue. And if we were lucky, it wouldn't rug again. If we were unlucky, it would rug again. So I ended up logging into the main Treasury account on 2 devices. So if
Uh-huh.
one of my devices went hinky, I had the second one as a backup. And it
Uh,
did save a couple of rugs, in all fairness.
uh-huh. Uh-huh. What up, Bex? Ain't seen you in a minute.
Not since the last pool party.
Yeah.
um, Yeah, I just saw you and Hales were in here chatting, so figure I'd say what up.
What up? What up? What up? Well, yeah, you were at the last pool party, but you barely talked.
That's because you
You ain't came and
guys. Well, it was because somebody kept getting on. I was like sitting next to my. I was at my parents' house that night because I was doing something for them like that day, and then I like was in their office, and my dad was watching like TV in the other room, and somebody kept like coming on the mic and doing all kinds of fucking like sound effects, and they were really loud on my microphone. So that's when I got off the speaker so I could actually turn it down because my volume wouldn't.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
that
so that's
was
why.
uh that was them that was them playing with their sound effects. I think that was probably OC. Or was it Jakes? I don't think Jakes plays with the sound effects that much. I think it was OC.
But yeah, I was just working on stuff anyways. Right now I'm trying to I'm such a fucking procrastinator. I'm trying to finish doing this Ripple grant like application right now. Like at least a day before it's due, but probably won't
Wow. Wow.
I know you sent it to me like literally the day it was announced too.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. I know you're a procrastinator. Mm-mm-mm.
I helped my sister apply though the other day. I think their project will definitely get funding. Mine will probably get some too. I think well the one I'm applying for is for Ocean Assist, so they were like asking for that, and they were asking for female led projects. So I think that
Yeah,
one.
I know. I sent you all that info. I know.
But I wasn't like originally when you sent me that. I was just gonna do like because we've been doing a lot more AI creative stuff, and I am like right in the middle of working on this AI like story generator thing. But I
You're
just
working on like 50 million things. It's crazy.
yeah, like well the AI stuff is more like for our business model, we're leaning more heavily into AI. Like that's just a fact. So we need minimum viable products for to show businesses what like different things we can do with it. So that's why I've been more working on that. But like that's why it was also like, well, what do I ask them for money for? Because I've been working more in AI and less on like actual blockchain like interfacing. But Ocean Assist was just sitting there and we've been kind of neglecting it because A, like it's just kind of our passion project, and B, there's like no revenue driver. Like we don't make money off of it and we can't afford to just like do that shit for free all the time. So that's the one that I chose to like apply for funding for. Get that system set up.
Well, get something set up, like a complete something. You got like 50 different projects like going all at once.
Yeah, I mean, we've got completed stuff, just not on like XRP Ledger, really. Well, everything's kind of dynamic on XRP Ledger because of the way that A, there's no NFT functionality yet, and even though everybody expected it to be here. So that's kind of a hold up on anything that depends on that. And B, like the regulatory framework keeps changing, and now like even today the president signed an executive order, so like it's going to totally change the framework of what people do and how carelessly they currently do things. um will absolutely change. So like we've been kind of holding back on a lot of the tokenization because we didn't want to step into a pile of shit. Like that's the reality of it.
Sheesh. Um, so how's everything else going? Second Life. What else you got going? Becky. So X Linden is part of Second Life.
Second Life is on the back burner, but again, that's why we were working on, or I have been building the character and story development AI protocol so that people can have a better like narrative within the metaverse. Right now, like most metaverse is dead. Like almost all of it is dead right now. So like there's no sense in us beating a dead horse when we have so many other things to work on that are profitable, right? So that's why. What are you doing, man? It's like so freaking
Scraping a
Who's scraping out the yogurt pot?
I'm scraping a to-go bowl of clam chowder into a real bowl.
That is
So I
not
could
what
heat
I
it.
expected actually at all.
So I could heat it up.
Yeah, so we've the metaverse is not our highest priority, although it is still there. Like I've had now a bunch of dispensaries, mostly cannabis people, have been hitting me up to go build out metaverse worlds. And they all kind of want their own, and I kind of tell them, "Hey, you're gonna just lose money on this. Like it's not like profitable for you to be there unless you're thinking of this as a very long term, you know, strategy here." And so in a way I don't really shoot myself in the foot, but I also let them know that my time is valuable and I don't want to just build something that's going to flop in this market right now. So that's that's why we just lean heavily into AI and all of its applications. In fact, I'm just about to have a meeting today in like an hour and a half. I'm going to go meet this guy for lunch that is building. They have this like government contract with TSA, the airport security, and they are building like the 3D object detection for all the scanners that you walk through, like the advanced AI detection for that. So he is trying to find somebody to groom because he wants to retire and blah blah blah. I'm just meeting him to see like what he wants from me, I guess. But um yeah, there's shit like that going on because of our opportunities that we've created around machine learning. And I'd rather really lean into that because it gives me more access to affect real change than you know, kind of the entertainment side. So that's where I'm at with it. But we do but that's also why I wanted to get back on the horse with Ocean Assist, because it is important to me and we have a shit ton of connections now, like with marine biologists and the World Wildlife Fund and like the Salk Institute, and just all these people are all over the world working on ocean conservation. So like I think it's important not to let them down and continue forward with that project for sure.
Yep. Um, I haven't seen Willow around either.
She literally just texted me like last night. Okay, so she moved to Thailand with her husband.
Oh shit, that's what's up.
And now every time she hits me up, it's like 3 a.m. But she hit me up last night when I was asleep asking about how to buy XRP again. And I was like, what? She was like, yeah, I can't find all the old messages of when you guys onboarded me before, and I'm in my Zum wallet and blah blah blah. I was like, oh, you still? I was like, they on ramped euros, but you have to be in Europe, I think, for that. So just, you know, I gave her the whole spiel. She has to go buy it from Uphold or KuCoin or whatever, and then transfer it over. But yeah, I think they're doing all right. I haven't like spoken with her verbally. She's just messaged me and like texted me and stuff. So, But I thought that was pretty exciting. A big move from Colorado.
Yeah, there's fucking. She got the hell up out of here.
Right.
So this is what I wanted to know. Since the pandemic is over. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Fucking pepper up my nose. Since the pandemic is over, for U.S. travelers traveling internationally, do they have to get the vaccine to travel internationally and then to come back to the U.S.?
I think that's going to depend on other jurisdictions. I don't think you need one to come back at all. That would cause a whole scene. Or it did cause a scene before. Didn't they have that before? I don't remember, but
That's why I'm asking, because I think that was mandatory before, right? Is if you are a U.S. citizen leaving the U.S. internationally, in order to come back, you had to be vaccinated. I think so. I think people were getting vaccinated before they left on their trips. So that's why I'm asking, like, is that still a thing?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that either got struck down or it's no longer the rule, because even the CDC policy is like no masks and stuff, and they've also come out, even like literally the CDC came out with like information about the lack of effectiveness about the vaccines at one point, like stuff like that. So I can't imagine why they would still have it be a requirement, but I would look into that. Are you planning to travel to London for Swell?
Yeah, right. I don't have no London money. I'm just asking. I'm just being curious. Like, if ever one day I make it to that point in my life to where I can travel, because I can't do shit. I'm fucking like, I guess, as everybody says, right? You got some people that try to place me in that fucking influencer category, right? Shit, I do it all wrong because I'm still sitting here broke as fuck. Right? I'm not fucking balling, so yeah, I'm doing it all fucking wrong.
You're telling me I should have been a scammer, god damn it. Oh man,
Right?
I missed out on all the money, I guess.
You telling me I should have charged like 5,000 XRP to hit the retweet button. And then 10,000 XRP to make my own original tweet tagging you in it, right? I've been doing it all fucking wrong because I've been doing 99.9% of this shit for free, right? Like, yeah, I'm ambassador for Combat Kanga and Expector and Xbot, right? But shit, I don't even get paid that much for the shit that I do, right?
Well, just stick around, because then you'll have your opportunity here in another like year or so when the CBDCs start going live, and everybody's like, "What is this?" And you'll be like, "I've been here." You know how it goes.
Been
But
doing it
really,
all
really,
wrong.
no, you need the freemium model though. You're almost there, because you got the token. Like, so you offer all the education and things for free, and then you need like a Udemy course or some shit that people pay for. Or like, you got the club, you got the 2CD kind of club membership. So that's where you would want to focus on, like adding a few more services for fees.
Well, I will say this. Probably don't want to miss this Sunday's cookout. I'll just say that. It will be a good one. I'll put the promo out tomorrow. We got some cool guests. And yeah, you probably don't want to miss it. Or Maybe you do and just want to go back and listen to it later. Who knows? But there will be some exclusive news dropped in the cookout. It's actually already available to all Too Cold coin holders in the Too Cold Discord. If you verify that you're a Too Cold coin holder, you get the access to the VIP channel and you get the access to the information that's been sitting there for the past 2 days. 2 days.
And it's exciting info. And it's exciting info.
It's pretty dope, huh, Hells? You like it? You like how that all came out together, right?
I loved how it all came out. It was pretty epic.
So,
oh, come on, you know I never go on Discord. Just tell me.
No, I'm not telling. It's like I said when I dropped Too Cold coin, they would get exclusive. I mean, that's a part of, that's just like being a Patreon. A Patreon subscriber to somebody's fucking Discord, right? They get the exclusive info first. So same thing. Too Cold coin holders, they get the info first, and then I'll go publicly with it later. So, yep. Jakes, what's up, my guy? You at that place that where you got to do stupid stuff? That gym?
You already? I just pulled up.
He's at that place where you gotta like fucking like put your body to work and like torture it, like rip your muscles on purpose. So it's just like that's that. I don't know. Weird people do that. He's just at the gym.
I'm gonna kill myself so I can live.
We got Lemmy in the house. We about 3 minutes away. I'm getting all prepared. I'm getting my juices and everything so I can set it at the desk so I don't have, because I end up being stuck to the desk. So music can play and the sound effects and make it all fun for everybody, right? And Kamikaze should be pulling up any second now. Excuse me. What up, Lemmy?
Whoa, what's good?
What up?
Ain't nothing. Shit, just got in the house, got some food. About to wake and bake, you dig? What's up, everybody?
Shit.
Yo, Lemmy.
What's
you be
up?
sitting there smoking hella blunts, Lemmy, while you be on the call?
What's up, Bex? Nah, I actually don't even be smoking like that, like I used to. I don't even smoke. Tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I used to.
Me neither.
I used to go crazy, but nah.
Me neither. Jake says he doesn't smoke either, but the way his memory is set up, I still think like he smokes all day long, bro. Because that boy, he be forgetting when you tell him something 10 minutes before. He would, oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember now. I don't know why you come in this call while you at the gym and you be wanting not to laugh, right? Shit, we was on the phone the other day on a Discord call and he was at the gym and he was like, don't make me laugh. I'm like, well then you need to get off the fucking phone. We need to get off this fucking call, right? Because what you mean? Like, I'm not finna just be talking serious the whole time, right? Come on, brother. You know better than that, brother. Getting it in. He's over there like, 3, 4.
This is the wake and bake, not the get on Jake hour.
But still, X is gonna pull up in here saying some goofy shit too. You over there trying to work out and not laugh, boy.
Oh yeah, Kamikaze said he might be running late because of power over there in South Africa. So you could, you don't gotta wait on him.
Oh, okay. All right. Is it the hour? Well, guess what? It is the top of the hour, y'all. So y'all know how we do what we do when we do what we does on the Wake and Bake Vibes every Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern, right? So before we get into it, as you just heard, Kamikaze will probably be a little late because of his internet issues. But Lemmy has the topic that will get us kicked off, and then you know how we do and where we stray from there. So before we get into it, you know how we do what we do. Oh shit, did I lose the playlist? We'll be getting into the theme song, the Wake and Bake vibe song. So while the song is playing and you are vibing, if you haven't already, please go ahead, retweet the room out and let everybody know that we are about to get the Wake and Bake vibes started here in 2.5 seconds. 1 second. Yeah, so if you haven't already, go on ahead and please you know, pause. Go on ahead and retweet the room out. Let everybody know that we up in here. We are about to get started. And as usual, if you have any friends who do music, let them know about the Wake and Bake vibes. We would love to hear their music. And if they don't know anything about music NFTs, you know, that's why we're here. We try to help educate about that as well. So, and if you are a musical artist here yourself, you know, don't be afraid to join the conversation. And you know, we're all about sharing and hearing new music. So here we go with the Wake and Bake vibes.
Little farmer, a big farmer. Play on words, gotta stay conscious. Gas or organic ganja. Wake and bake, to go kamikaze.
What's up? It's the Wake and Bake. Too Cold and Gorilla J. Let me and Kamikaze bringing the vibes. So pull up, cause we live.
Yeah, an OG, smoking OG. I crush it down, break it up, roll it and smoke it slowly. The organic grown trees, a puff of that good weed could put you on a vibe that can make for good stories. Go ahead and proceed to pass the joint and don't forget to play some music. It will stimulate the mind once you get into it. We can talk about it if you're into it. That's on me, let me and Too Cold get into it. We all about the music, we all about the movement, creating a new movement. All about the vibes and there's nothing to it. Legendary status is where we at. Where music is therapy, so just relax. Triple dose of the music bags. No side effects, you know where it's at.
Little farmer, a big farmer. Play on words, gotta stay conscious. Gas or organic ganja. Wake and bake, to go kamikaze. Little farmer, a big farmer. Play on words, gotta stay conscious. Gas or organic ganja. Wake and bake, to go kamikaze. We the ball like Pearl Harbor, Coach Carter. Crypto Jace, X-rated, we grind harder. Then the clips, Lil Wayne and Dre. Xrp a reject, they can't relate. Family matters, they used to call me Steve Urkel with my suspenders on and my bug tee. Sober knew the shawty and I was bug weed. Blood type diet, guess I'm a little farmer. Big farmer, still killing off the masses. Wake and bake, every episode a classic. I prefer a real body over a plastic. Son, I muse, we been triangular trapping. Little farmer, a big farmer. Play on words, gotta stay conscious. Gas or organic ganja. Wake and bake, to go kamikaze. Little farmer, a big farmer. Play on words, gotta stay conscious. Gas or organic ganja. Wake and bake, to go kamikaze.
Hey, there we go with the Wake and Bake vibes. You feel me? See, we got Kamikaze strolling on in all the way from South Africa. Um, so let's check in with our guys and then let's hop into it. So, what's good, Kamikaze? What's good? Let me, how y'all doing?
Testing 1 2 3. I hope my network doesn't mess up today. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good. You sound kind of sexy today. No rugging, no echoing, and you sound like a smooth sailor right now.
All right, bet. What's good, everybody? I'm good on my side. Just having some power outages. It's it's that time of the year. I guess they trying to pull some stunts here. So we having power outages. Network is kind of bad. So yeah, all good on my side though. How about you? What's up, Lemmy? What's up, Too Cold? What's up, Gorilla Jakes, substitute teacher?
Whoa. Shout out to everybody checking in. Slimmy. Shit, I'm just chilling. Got off work just in time for the wake and bake. Got me some food, so I'm ready to chop it up. See what's going on with the squad. I see you down there, Wolf of God, Jakes, Hales, Becky. Shout out everybody in the building.
Yeah. That's what's up. Everything's good over here, Kamikaze. Been grinding, as y'all have as well, right? And with what you told me to let you know about, it is working. The timer is working now. It's moving along with the track. So, um, yeah, everything's good over here. So we ready to get to it.
All right, bet. That's good to hear. That works. So the topic of today, for today, is, do rap feuds, or as rappers here, we listen to hip hop. Like, do feuds in the music industry um help help grow? Does it benefit the music industry, or is it destructive? So is it good or is it bad, feuds, like feuds in the music industry?
Well, okay, so let me take the lead on this one as a listener because you guys are artists, right? So it kind of goes, it's like, for me personally, my opinion, it goes, it's 50-50, right? It could be good as far as like publicity and drawing more attention, and you hear this diss track and then you're like, oh, I can't wait to hear what he, what he or she's gonna say next, right? So it creates that, okay, going back and forth between to see who's the quote unquote better artist or whatever, right? So it's good in that aspect, right? But then when it gets like real foul and like just hella disrespectful to the point, and then now you taking it outside of music and then you like doing shit in real, like, because then, you know, us as listeners, we have access to artists like we never did before, right? And we can get on their feeds as far as their Twitter page or their Instagram or their Facebook, wherever they have social media. We may not necessarily get in contact with them, but we can drop messages, right? We could drop these comments. So you got, majority of the people are going to instigate this shit, right? And then if the artist is not in the right mind frame and he's like not just on a business level and he's still, they're still in that quote unquote street life, like that can hype somebody up to like do some, violent shit, or some, some shit that really doesn't need to be done, you know what I mean? So it's a 50-50 for me. Like it could go either, like it's 50-50 for me as a listener.
For sure. I feel the same. For record labels, you know, as a listener, because I'm gonna put my listening cap on, because as an artist, I guess I don't know. I can't. I Tuco, would you call that a beef? That we That shit that we went through, would you call that
Yeah,
a beef?
I mean, he tried to make it one, right?
All
And
right.
in a sense, it was because like you you did respond, but but only if you knew, right? You didn't you like okay, because hip hop beef can be done in two ways, right? It can be done directly, right? Like boop boop, fuck you, uh two shit bags, right? That's the name. Let's the artist I'm quote unquote beefing with is
Yeah.
two shit bags or whatever, right? You got artists that'll call them out directly, right? Boop boop boop, right? And then you got the artists who subliminally will talk that shit, right? And it's if you know, and if the shoe fits, you gonna wear it, and you gonna respond to it as the opposing artist or whatever, or you not. You know what I'm saying? You trying to figure out, is this motherfucker talking about me? Is it not? Like so yeah, I would call it that. He tried to take it to like be like a beef, and yeah, but and then that's like that's a whole different story.
I bet. Let me just put my listening cap on. I'm not gonna put my artist cap on. So shit. As a listener, I'm gonna say it's 50-50 as well, because you got the labels who the labels can also like engineer beef. You know, they said that the East Coast West Coast beef was like a manufactured beef and shit like that, and people ended up losing their lives. You know, it caused a lot of strife between people who's from the East Coast and people who are on the West Coast for a long time. And Biggie and Tupac was at the forefront of it. You even had Snoop Dogg involved in it. So, you know, if you just a casual listener, looking in, and you're not really a student of the game, and you or shit, even me who consider myself a student of the game at the time, we was all caught up in it. It's like now you look back and you look at the documentaries and you look at certain things and they say, hey, that shit was just for the money. We was trying to rev up album sales and people's lives was at stake. But at the same time, you got two of the top, you got like Jay-Z and Nas, you got the top lyricists, and they going against each other. People want to hear the songs because they want to hear the albums that's attached to it. So it's like, you know, and you know, being from our communities and shit, we so accustomed to seeing violence and seeing our own go at it. Is like, shit, I'll pay for this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, on the flip side, it's like, yeah, for the love of the game and what's going on, it's a good look. But then on the back end, it's just like it's destructive, because who knows if the labels is drawing this up, putting hella money on the back end for this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's being strategically made like this just for our like we chess players on the board, like, nigga, we just playing chess with y'all, like we don't give a fuck about none of y'all, like we trying to get this paper type shit. So, you know, just to speak my point on it real fast, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about it too.
All right, I feel you. I feel you on that. I just want to go briefly into some of the beefs that have happened in history. Some of them I'm too young to even know about, but the reason why I brought this topic up was because it was X-Rated who was speaking about, you know,
Prince and Michael Jackson last week.
exactly. So it kind of brought this question to me because they kind of had somewhat a silent beef, you know, because
See, I
they,
didn't even know that, because right when you said it, I was thinking like, did Michael
yeah.
Jackson and Prince ever have like real beef, like through their music? Like, did they talk shit to each other through their music? Because if there's a song, I can't recall it.
Yeah, the thing is, like, they weren't really beefing like that. I think it was kind of like, yo, they kind of in the same lane, similar lanes, and like they want to be the best at what they do. So, but like apparently Michael Jackson wanted Prince to be in the music video bad, right? Um, but then he got Wesley Snipes instead because Prince rejected. So I think, someone got sour there. And that's how it kind of happened. Like they didn't even they didn't want to be like at each other's concerts or anything. So that's kind of how it happened. Apparently the first ever beef that started in hip hop was in 1984 by the New York rap trio UTFO, where they released the song Roxanne Roxanne, right? So that was kind of the first beef. So it was Magic, Marley Marl, and Tyrone Williams. So they recruited this 14-year-old Lolita Shante, aka Roxanne Shante, to record a diss track, and then UTFO uh, UTFO responded by getting the real Roxanne to onto their diss track, and that's how it started. So like that, that the thing about beefs is it kind of brings hype into the music industry, or in the specific genre that the beef is happening, because there is beefs in other genres besides hip hop, but hip hop seems to be the most known genre where a lot of beefs happen. So that's one of them. Then we have, the Tupac and Biggie one. We have the Jay-Z and Nas, Lauryn Hill and Wyclef Jean.
You got you can't forget LL Cool J. He was beefing back in the day too. With Mama Said Knock You Out. That was a diss track. Fuck, who was that a diss track to? I think was it Cannabis.
Cannabis.
Yeah. So yeah. Beef. Yeah, beef stems way back in the birth of hip hop for sure. But it was all through lyrics, right?
Yeah.
Back then, nothing went to the extreme that it went in the 90s, right? That's when shit got flipped and people started getting, because then in the 90s, then you got gangster rap that started
Yeah.
to include, turf and this and that, and now it's like now let's take it into the real world and outside of the studio.
Yeah, there was also L Cool J and Kool Moe Dee who had a beef too. We shouldn't also forget the Ice Cube and
Comment.
yeah, there's Ice
Easy
Cube.
E, Ice Cube, or Easy E, and the rest of the NWA, and
Yeah,
especially
exactly.
Ice Cube. Yep.
Mobb Deep and Tupac. There's quite a lot that happened in the past, and like it really got out of hand. Like some of it got out of hand, but some of them, made up. So there's also who else is there? Well, in the UK, like recent, like in this time, in this day and age, in this century, there was Stormzy and Wiley that had a beef. They grime artists, so their beef was from basically accusing each other of flow stealing, people claiming flows and all of that. So there's a lot of reasons for beefs that have happened. There was also in the 2000s, um what is it, Lil Flip and Ti. I think Let Me Know.
Lil Flip and Ti. Yep.
Yeah, and then in the 90s there was
Lil
MC
Wayne.
Light.
Lil Wayne was beefing with Ti on the low. It was a lot of silent beefs too.
Yeah, you see, like
even if you look at the most recent one is Young Thug and Lucci. That was a silent beef. It just started hitting it just started getting out. You know what I'm saying? That's why Young Thug and them is allegedly in jail over a murder.
See.
So it's I can name a lot of beefs too that a lot of people probably don't know. With the Jay-Z and Nas thing, it created internal beefs with Cameron. Cameron and Jim Jones done made a song about Nas. Jay-Z and Jadakiss and Beanie Siegel was beefing.
Yeah.
it was a lot of shit going on in the early 2000s. It was a lot of dissing going on, bro, in New York, especially in New York. What Jake said, Jake's know what's going on. Fabulous and Mace was beefing because Mace said Fab took his flow, and and when Fabulous first came out, he was sounding like Mace. You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of shit going on.
Go Wolf. Where did Wolf of God go? Oh, he had his hand up. He dropped back down. Hales, how about you? I know you listen to a little bit of hip hop and whatnot. So how about beefs for you? Like, what do you, as a listener to music? Oh, you might be at work, so you can't talk. But if you
No,
can,
I'm at home. I finished work like 2 hours ago. But honestly, I see beefs and I actually wonder how many of them have been manufactured just to get attention on those artists, because some of it just seems ridiculous. And then when I put my parent head on, it's like, what kind of example are these people setting for our children? They're behaving like they're in a school ground or a schoolyard playground, fighting over what sometimes is just absolute nonsense. And it's all being publicized and in a way glamorized. It's like, oh, look at these two artists. They've got beef. Look at them have a go at each other. I mean, who were the two women recently? Somebody said something at one of the MTV Awards. I think it was Nicki Minaj and
Gotta
I
be
can't
Cardi
remember.
B.
No, it wasn't Cardi B.
Oh,
Miley Cyrus.
oh wow.
And Nicki Minaj was just calling Miley out on TV in the middle of the MTV. I think it was the VMAs. And this kind of thing shouldn't be happening. I mean, come on, guys, you're grown-ups. If you've got shit with each other, deal with it like grown-ups. Don't publicize it, because all you're doing is showing the kids that that kind of behavior is acceptable. And in a sense, does it feed into gang culture, which has probably just opened up a whole great big can of worms? But you can't, I don't know, I think it's wrong to normalize that kind of behavior and promote it like it's a good thing. And I know record labels do it just to get their artists attention and make their name more popular, but they're doing it for the wrong reasons and not the right reasons. Go on, Lemmy.
Go ahead, Wolf of God. You wanted to go ahead. I don't want to take your shine.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me up. Hi, Lemmy and Kimkazi and everyone. Too cold. Yeah, hope everyone is having a great day. What was the question again, Tukol? I heard you was asking something when I was down. I had to leave and go in.
the same question that's been the topic: beef in the music industry. How do you see it and feel about it?
Beef, you have to explain a little bit better. What do you mean by that?
Two artists like dissing each other or whatever.
Beef between each other. If I know about some artists that have beef against each other, I then have to think a little bit to call.
All right. So while Wolf of God is thinking about it, because I could touch on so many beefs like critically, but Hales is from the UK and Kamikaze touched on a UK beef that I caught wind of. Just like trying to tap into the grime, and I was checking out Wiley, and he looked like he like the OG. He don't look like he the OG. He was the OG of like grime rap, and he's really a great artist. And then you had that young guy, a young kid, Stormzy, who came through and took the UK rap game by storm. Now I don't know enough to make my opinion on who took whose flow. Maybe Kamikaze and Hells could speak on that, but like I even forgot what I was gonna say. Like I kind of feel Wiley because I think based off what I was seeing, they wanted to make it seem like Wiley was the mad rapper, like the mad OG rapper who just mad because he didn't, get as famous as Stormzy. But Wiley was even calling out Drake, saying that Drake was coming over there. Kind of the same conversation we was having last week, saying that he was a culture vulture. He said that Drake was a culture vulture, and he's always trying to tap into somebody else's culture instead of his own. So some of these beefs be like genuine, but then others are like manufactured publicity stunts for the label and to get attention. It's like the easiest way. Publicity stunts with beef is like the easiest way to get recognition for a mainstream artist. But if Hells and Kamikaze want to just speak on the Wiley and Stormzy thing, and then another thing that Hells brought up was like a cross genre beef, like cross genre beefs can really have one fan base of a whole genre hating a whole another genre. You know what I'm saying? Like when it don't even need to be like that. You dig what I'm saying? What you say?
I was like Kanye and Taylor Swift, bro.
Yeah, like Taylor Swift could probably have some really nice music, but just because her and Kanye West went at it, motherfuckers like, man, I hate Taylor Swift and didn't even listen to her songs like that. Didn't even get her songs the time of day because the cross genre beef. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, but the Stormzy and Wiley thing first. Maybe y'all could touch on that, and then we can go into the cross genre thing.
Honestly, I don't know much about it like that. So I think if Hales does know about it, yeah, she can explain. But I can speak on like the beefs that happen here in South Africa. There's one that's constantly been happening. Two of the so-called biggest artists here in South Africa. The one is called AKA, and the other is Casper Nyovest. So they're always beefing, and I think they only do that. They bring up this beef all the time whenever they want to, release new music or stay relevant in some way. Because this beef has been going on for almost over 10 years now. Like, yo, guys, and they've been making up slowly. Like, sometimes they make up and then they beef again. It's like, people are getting tired, and I think some people are still asleep and like are entertained by it. But I find it to be childish that like you guys are still beefing over I don't know what. But yeah, with the Wiley and Stormzy beef, I don't know too much about it, but I can get some info where they do explain the reason why. If Hales does know, then I'll let her go, and then I'll just get the info and explain what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about the beef between them. I mean, I like tracks that both of them have released, and I appreciate each artist for what they've done. I don't really pay attention to beef. I mean, I think everybody knew about Taylor Swift and Ye because what he did was a shit move. When he was saying that Taylor Swift shouldn't have won an award and it should have been Beyonce. That was a complete and utter dick move, in all honesty. It's fine to have an opinion, but keep it to yourself. Don't get up on a stage and take something away from someone and embarrass them. I mean, you could even see the look on Beyonce's face when he did that. She was stunned, going, "What the fuck are you doing, mate? That's ridiculous. You're
He was a
embarrassing yourself and
wanker for
me."
that. I fucking wanker.
Oh, he was a real wanker. Um, but yeah, that was crazy. And then some of the stuff which has happened later, it's like children in the schoolyard.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yo, what up? So I was listening in while I'm working, but I'm taking some lunch. But there's two things that really like come to my mind when it comes to like beefs. Like there's a lot of them I think are hyped up, and you know what I mean, and whatever, just for for publicity and for, you know what I mean, people's sake. But I remember back in the day, Haystack and Eminem were like, they kind of had a beef, but it was more Haystack had a beef with Eminem, and he wouldn't really ever respond. And it was after Eminem came out with that song like 3 a.m. about like murdering people in McDonald's and like trying to be an example of his fault, like, you know what I mean, trying to be an example and be a good father and shit like that. So I could see people like calling other people out, like, the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? But the other one was between like groups, because what are they? The fuck, it's I can't remember who it is, but they're an older group, like Airbnb or whatever. Starts with a B. What am I trying to think of?
The Beastie Boys.
No, like rap. And it's a group. You know what I mean? Old, like NWA old. It just
Like
totally,
Queensbridge, KRS-One.
No, it's super popular and like mainstream. Like starts with a B. I totally had a fucking mind blank right there.
Run DMC.
No.
Is it
You're not
before
talking
or
about
after?
D12, are you? The group that Eminem used to do stuff with.
No, they're fuck it. I can't even think of it now. It's just there's 4 of them. It's like brothers something. They came to Salt Lake though, and
where they from?
From California, from LA.
It's
the something brothers or fucking starts with a B. I have to look it up, but it's like fuck. Now I can't even think of the name of any other songs. I just went blank. Wake Up. What's that song? Wake Up. Yeah, that's one of them. You know what I'm talking about? Wake Up. Who the fuck is that? And first of the month is one of them.
Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Yeah, Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Yeah, they from Cleveland. They from Cleveland.
Oh, okay.
Cleveland,
yeah, that's the other C. But no, they came to Salt Lake and like we had passes to go and we went to go see them backstage and they all fucking hated each other. They had to stay in like different hotels. They like didn't get like they came together right before the show started just because they all fucking hated each other.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Get up, get
yeah.
up, get up, get to and get up. Yeah, that's first of the month. They got Crossroads. Bone Thugs is legendary. But yeah, they was beefing hard. Busy Bone,
Yeah.
Wishbone, all of them. They was beefing hard. They broke up. Shit.
Yeah, they were beefing with 3-6 Mafia, yo.
Yeah, they was beefing with the Migos too.
Damn, bro. But it's wild. There's so many beefs, bro. There's Gucci Man and Waka Flocka, Gucci and Jeezy.
Gucci and Jeezy. Gucci and Jeezy was probably the realest beef I've ever seen, as opposed to my bad.
Like even right now, like the way they even made up, like it was crazy how Gucci was still and I understand why he could still be pissed off because his life was on the line, man. His life was really on the line though. And he there at his verses with Jeezy was like, yo, I'm smoking on Pookie. Like, what? Like, imagine saying something real like that. Like it's like, yo, man, this is some real shit. Cause like I would understand. Like, imagine someone put in like money on your head, like on your head top, like to get you killed, and he killed that nigga. Like he killed the guy that was trying to get like, imagine, bro, like, yo, like, and he buried him. This crazy, man. The story's wild. It's wild, bro. It's wild. Shout out to Gucci. He a real one for that, man. But like, yeah, he made up with the guy. They all good now, but like that was one of the realest beefs. Apart from I guess the Tupac and Biggie, even though that was manufactured in a way. But another beef that was kind of weird was the Common and Drake one, as well as the Drake and Meek Mill. That was also one somewhat real beef.
I don't think, man. I don't know
I,
about that Drake and Meek Mill shit, man. Cause like, you know, with Meek Mill was a battle rapper. Like before he started making hit songs, it was a struggle for Meek Mill to make a hit song. He had to go to MMG to like, to get groomed as an artist to start making hit songs because he was a battle rapper. So it's like with the whole Drake situation, I re- I mean the shit might have been a real beef, but why didn't Meek Mill make a diss song? Like why didn't he properly come out with diss tracks if you was a battle rapper? Like I'm still kind of, it's like it reminds me of the Miami Heat when the Miami Heat got LeBron, D Wade, and Chris Bosh in 2010, and they lost to the Dallas Mavericks. That's what that shit remind me of. Like it's like nigga, you a super rapper, y'all got the super team, and you lost to a R&B singer like Drake said. You know what I'm saying? Like
I can
I'm
say
still.
one thing.
Go ahead, go ahead.
The answer is Schmieda. That's it. Drake, Schmieda. That's it, bro. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Schmieda.
Exactly. But I have to say it the way I say it just to give anybody who wasn't enlightened on what was going on. I got to just paint the picture for them. I know that I knew that answer too, but I just wanted to paint a picture for anybody who may have forgotten or didn't remember or don't know much about Meek Mill. You know what I'm saying? Like he is a fucking battle rapper. That dude. Oh yeah, Pusha T and Drake was a great battle too, and they had to stop that. They had to say TKO. They had to say
Yeah,
they had to
because
tie that shit.
that was gonna turn into real life because they started talking about wives and kids and oh yeah, that was about to get turned into some real life situation.
Yeah, I think
Nah,
Pusha
for
would have
real,
won. Pusha would have won though. He did win, but like he could have gone further than he did, and I think that's why they had to stop because Pusha had a whole lot more dirt than I think Drake did.
By the way,
bruh.
guys, speaking of battling and things like that, that was very popular back in the 90s. I think mostly, as I remember, is that's something that is popular still in the culture.
Hold up,
Like
what you just
standing
hold
on
up.
the scene and like battling rap against each other.
Wait,
Yeah,
say it again.
there is an underground scene of battle rappers. It's still relevant, and I think they're making it public now. Like this shows, there's like YouTube channels that like post these battle raps. So yeah, it is still popping. It is still popping. It's now becoming a big thing. And yeah, go on, let me.
Nah. So with the whole Drake, Pusha T, Kanye West beef, that shit could have got ugly, and I feel like the industry even made with the Donda and the Drake album, that one was like a good marketing scheme, but I feel like they still really don't like each other. Like they was like, nah, y'all gonna have to make this look good. I don't think that they like each other still.
Jay Prince, bro. It's Jay Prince. You gotta say Jay Prince is the one who made that. Made them make up. But I feel like they kind of are cool now. They starting to be cool because Drake kind of now sees that Kanye wasn't even the one who snitched at all. It wasn't even Kanye who did anything. Kanye was just a bystander who was just minding his business, trying to work on his album and invite people to Wyoming,
Mm.
and like it just ended up that Drake thought it was Kanye and assumed that kind of thing. So yeah, they kind of cool now. Even Kanye was like, "Yo, from now on, at the Donda basketball tournaments and any matches, we're gonna start playing Drake." Or I think he said any of his fashion shows is gonna start playing Drake, and Drake liked that Twitter post, Instagram post. So it is something like, yeah, it was. I feel like it was a beef that wasn't supposed to happen because I feel like they could have made the dopest album ever if they didn't beef because they were working on an album together.
Okay, bet.
Yeah, another beef I can mention, right? Is There is the Migos and Joe Budden one. That was
Oh
the
yeah,
dumbest
yeah,
beef
yeah.
though. But like, yo, we could have gotten real though. But another crazy beef was the Drake and XXXTentacion one, cause you know
Oh yeah,
how.
yeah, yeah. I wanted to
So that
say, I wanted to bring that up. You had said something, bro, like flow stealing, flow stealing. Yeah, yeah. So those who are not aware of the Drake Extentacion beef, Extentacion accused Drake of stealing his flow in one of his songs, and he didn't let up. He didn't let up. He started calling Drake out his name, and even dissing the Migos, and even I caught wind of it, and I was like, shit. Like I was already seeing people was already aware of Drake like doing things like that already, but I was like, okay, this kid is going somewhere with it. He going hard with this. So, but as you can see, he's not here anymore. Um, it can, it could be multiple reasons for that, but he's not here anymore. He was murdered, but he was calling out some things. He was trying to speak his truth.
Yeah. At the same time, he was trying to enlighten people. He
Yeah,
taught a
yeah.
lot of people new things. He was kind of, somewhat. I don't know why people keep saying he was like similar to Tupac and comparing him to Pac in that way. But yeah, he was somewhat a revolutionary in getting a whole fan base to vibe to his music like that. But another beef that happened was ASAP Rocky and Space Ghost Perp. Like that's one of those beefs that kind of also changed the trajectory of the rap game too. But with Space Ghost Perp, because speaking of XX Tentacion, right? Um, there's a diss track that Denzel Curry made with XX and an artist called Lofty 305, which is a guy that I made like music for his video game. They had a song. They had a diss track to Space Ghost Perp, and Space Ghost Perp is one of those pioneers. He's like a gatekeeper. He was one of the gatekeepers, and he actually, knows a lot of dope music in the underground, and he brought a lot of attention to some of the underground artists. So that kind of beef, right? It's not. I don't even think it's even done. Like they still like fighting, because Raider Clan, you know, um, Raider Clan and ASAP, they kind of have a similar sentiment to Space Ghost Perp, because of the like I guess they beefing over like the slow down beats kind of vibe, you know,
I want
and
to say something about that. I want to say something about
yeah,
that too. I want to just give my take on that stuff with ASAP Rocky. Was they saying that ASAP Rocky was like, it was like, I ain't gonna say he culture appropriating, but he like he taking some shit that how can I say this? What explain why Space Ghost Perk was mad at ASAP Rocky? Because I can't explain it, but I know why. Like it's like New York niggas trying to take some shit that was from the South, basically. But
yeah. So I think it's because he wasn't getting the credit for helping out ASAP, with the sound and the vibe, So yeah, they had a beef with that.
okay, but all right, cool. So you said that Extentacion was going at space. I'm not too familiar with Space Ghost Perp. I do know that he was making Space Ghost Perp was making some of ASAP Rocky's beats because I remember when he first came out. But I didn't really cling on to ASAP Rocky's music because I was already familiar with the screwed up music from Texas with Lil Flip, Slim Thug, like the OG pioneers, and I never seen nobody hand ASAP Rocky the torch. So when I seen this kid from New York rocking goals, doing the screw, I was like, okay, like I've already seen this before. Like, where did he come from with this? It's like, it's like at that point, I wanted to see somebody vouch for him. You know what I'm saying? I was like, that's a gimmick. That's like a cheesy gimmick, if you ask me. So I wasn't really quick to hop on the ASAP Rocky like that, and I still ain't hopping on him like that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I get it though. I got it because at that point, New York sound was looking for a spark at the time. Like they didn't have nobody to really turn to musically.
Yeah, and the beef isn't even over because now Space Ghost Perp is now, calling into question ASAP's sexuality now. Like, those like they're bringing up these kind of things, like into these beefs. Same thing with Young Thug and 50, Young Buck and 50
50
Cent.
Cent.
Like
50 Cent,
you
yeah.
see, they had their beef, and then 50 Cent in 2020 said, "Yo, Young Buck has been into transsexual women or transsexuals, like bringing that kind of stuff up, like the that's the kind of thing that people hold as ransom, like these kind of things they hold it for like quite a while and then try to expose people over like their sexuality.
It's so many beefs. Another recent beef that probably flew under the radar was Lupe Fiasco and Royce the 5'9" was beefing. I don't know if nobody knew that, but I enjoyed that beef. Lupe Fiasco went in on him and won, in my opinion. But Royce the 5'9" but it was like strictly rap though. It was rap, but Royce the 5'9" was ready to take it to the streets after the way that Lupe went so hard, but they kept it on wax, and that's one thing that I could respect about that one. But that was a good like rap beef right there, and that was like last year too. You know what I'm saying? So that was a good recent rap beef. But so many beefs is popping into my head right now. It's like Young Dolph and Yo Gotti. You know, man, I don't want to speak my opinion too much on shit because this shit recorded, but like the streets will say that, that Gotti got Dolph murdered. You know what I'm saying? That's what they would say. I'm not saying that shit, but the streets will say that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they've been that beef led to Young. It might be the reason that Young Dolph is not alive, and everybody know what happened to him. He just died last year November. You know what I'm saying? So rest in peace to him.
Yeah,
But yeah.
there's other beefs. Let's go away from rap. There's other beefs that I didn't even know about, like John Lennon beefing with a yogi, an Indian yogi. His name is Mahesh, right? He made a song called Sexy Sadie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he felt like this guy let him down, like he they let him down in some way. And then like Lennon also had a beef with Paul McCartney,
Mm.
because he thought that Paul McCartney wrote a song about him, and McCartney did admit that, yeah, it was to him. It's a song called "Too Many People," right? And then Lennon made a song called "How Do You Sleep." So like there's beefs that happen in 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 different genres, but like it doesn't get to the extent where like it gets deep, like, yo, we're gonna have to face it like in the streets. It's more like, okay, we're just gonna keep it with the songs and have these rivalries in our songs, and then squash it. But yeah, sometimes it gets too deep to the point that like people's lives are at stake, and that's when it can be the downfall and bring bad, because then the listeners become influenced by that, and they think that you know words don't help enough, so we have to now get physical with it. So yeah, that's my take. I do find it to be 50-50. um it is something that we need to hold ourselves accountable for as musicians as well, like that. If we can't handle that someone has gotten the upper hand on us, we can't now get touched and now want to take it to the streets and get too violent now, because they had the best wordplay in their music against us. It is rap, and sometimes the truth has to come out in the music. You have to speak your truth, and if you can't handle that truth, then you should just end that beef, kind of thing, similar to
Yeah,
with Pusha and Drake.
yeah. See, the thing about society today is, back in the day, right? You could get your ass beat in a fight, in a fist fight, and then that's it, right? You just get your ass beat. People can't take that these days, right? It ain't no fist fighting about nothing, right? People ain't coming to pull up and swing from the shoulders no more. They coming to use metal. You know what I'm saying? They come in with they not coming to physically fight. They coming to pop some shit off and run away, right? Like, that says a lot about today, right? Like, because back in the day, you could catch motherfuckers fighting in the street, and then that was it, right? You get your ass whooped, and okay, maybe you come back again next week and try it again. But we don't
Yeah,
got
they
that
yeah they
going on
pop in the
today.
trunk. They pop in the trunk right now,
Yeah,
all
Yeah.
that
day, every day.
and it's been that way since the 90s, right? Like, in the 80s, it was coming from the shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Chucking it out. And it's not just even in the rap beef, right? Like, it's just people beefing, period, in society. That's majority how the shit gets played out, right? Is people coming to use gun violence instead of you know um fighting it out like back in the day. You know what I'm saying? um
Yeah. You
so
know
for the
what?
people, oh, real quick, Kamikaze,
Hmm.
for the people just now joining in, so we're starting off. We're still on this topic. So the topic that Kamikaze brought to the table today, in the music industry, is beefs, like, not personal, artist beefs between each other. Do you think it is good for the industry? And like, if you're in the industry, do you think it's good, to help you get more exposure? Do you think it's bad and detrimental to the industry? Or if you're a listener, right, and not an artist, as a listener, how does music beef in the music industry, how do you view it and feel about it? Like, is it um is it paid beef? Is it real beef? Does it does it get you to engage more in either of the artists and keep going to search for more of their work? Like, what do beefs in the music industry do for you? So, but go ahead, Kamikaze.
Yeah, I was gonna say, right? The reason why the people now start using guns and straps is because now it's the internet age and World Star is real. So, people now record all these fights, and people now go viral over losing fights, and people don't want to go down like that now. It's like that's one of the reasons why they now settle for using guns, because like, they can't handle taking an L and it being now all over the internet. The internet is now one of those things that has destroyed, fighting with your fists, rather than doing like it rather than just fighting like a real man. You rather take it with use guns and stuff. And yeah, the news outlets also play a part, because now if you get beaten up, they'll post it. Before, back in the 80s and 90s, I'm assuming that they used to just go to each other and say, yo, I heard this is what you said, let's settle it now. And they did it in silence. They did it like behind closed doors, and then like it was over, and then you just hear like, okay, these two people are cool now, they've settled their beef. Well, now we hear about all these beefs in the news, and everything is now being, spilled in the news, and we hear about it. So those kind of things maybe cause these people to start using the straps and the metals. So that's my take. That's how I see it, really. It's World Star and all these news outlets that are inciting this kind of violence.
Yes, it's it's interesting, man. Like, based on like what I seen with me growing up, like them niggas, I'm trying to figure out where it came from, but I started to see it happen a lot, like with my own eye, like, from a first hand point of view. When I was like in middle school, going into high school, it would be fights. It would be fights at the party. Then, like Tuco said, somebody got their ass whooped, or or what you just said. Then they just go pop the trunk, and it was in the music. It started to come in the music. I'm trying to see where it came from. Like, I get, I guess with the whole blog, like you said, the whole blog culture and all of that, people start, like, that's where the camera phone started to come out. People got shit on tape, and people being humiliated. It started to become a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, because people lost their lives behind this stuff. But I was gonna bring up some more some beefs, like Mariah Carey, Nicki Minaj. I don't know if y'all remember that. I don't know if y'all remember that MTV show Celebrity Deathmatch. It's like they put that shit on in like a cartoon format. The people who didn't like each other all across the board, mainstream, they had them fighting each other on Celebrity Deathmatch on MTV. Like, so it's like they was it got deep like that.
Can
Hey,
you
don't
really
forget.
call Nicki Minaj and what's her face?
Who, Cardi?
No, Nicki Minaj and who you just said, Mariah Carey.
Yeah,
That
Mariah
wasn't a
Carey.
really beef, was it though? Somebody said, "What do you think about Nicki Minaj to Mariah Carey?" And she went, "Who?" Maybe that's just not her kind of music, so she just didn't know who she was.
Oh,
That's
I thought it
cap.
was some
That's cap.
American Idol shit. I thought they was like both judges on American Idol, and some, I don't know what happened, but I know that they don't like each other.
That's cap. She does know about Nicki Minaj. That's cap. That's a lie. At the time, Nicki Minaj was getting big, so there's no way that Mariah Carey wouldn't have known about her. But anyway,
Yeah, that is cap though. Like,
it is.
Mariah Carey knew who the fuck she was. That was a lie.
And there's also the Eminem and Mariah Carey beef.
Yeah, I remember
That
that. Yep.
And then Mariah Carey said the song "Obsessed" wasn't about Eminem; it was about a cousin. Like, who would actually believe that? Like,
Mariah
I
Carey be lying, bro.
on the real, who would actually believe that? Because like even in the video, it looked like a guy that was like Eminem, that looked like Eminem in the video. But another beef was French Montana and Young Thug.
Wait,
That's
they was
kind of.
beefing?
Yes, because like I think French Montana said he had the most hits, right? And then Young Thug because it was um yeah, let me just explain this properly. Um so in April 2020, right, French Montana said in an interview with Complex that he might outshine Kendrick Lamar if they ever shared a festival stage. So Kendrick Lamar didn't respond, so Young Thug jumped in on his behalf. He took to Instagram to blast French in a series of videos. French fired back with a picture of Thug in a dress. Oh man.
I
And
remember that. I remember that. And shit, the game. Young Thug was beefing with a lot of people. He beefed with Lil Wayne. He beefed with the game. He you just made me think of another beef too. Like Future and Young Thug was beefing. A lot of people don't even know that on the low. And then
I didn't know.
yeah, like I think, man, hold on. I'm about to look it up because I want to get it right. But if you let me tell it, Future was like likening himself to to being the Michael Jackson of the rap game, and then Young Thug was like, "You more like Tito." so so
Oh.
so then they was like, it was like beef. So, but here, but I had made a crazy take. I had made a crazy like prediction. I was like, yo, they're gonna work together because at the time, this was when Young Thug was like being slandered because he was painting his nails, he's rocking dresses, he was doing all that other stuff, but he was a workaholic. Like you couldn't say he didn't work and he wasn't making hits. So he had like 100 leaked songs, and I remember on one of them, he shouted out Future. It was like a subliminal shout out, and I told my homeboy, I was like, "Yo, they gonna work together. They gonna work together. Them niggas ain't beefing. They gonna work together." And the next thing you know, Future and Young Thug made a mixtape, and they cool. Like they like brothers. They make music. They got some of the biggest songs out there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't know what to make of it, but at the time they was some of the biggest artists in Atlanta, and they might have been trying to get pit against one another. But go ahead, Hells.
Wasn't there at one point beef with Machine Gun Kelly and Eminem?
Yeah,
I
there was. I
vaguely
was gonna
remember
mention that one.
hearing something about that. But generally, if Eminem's involved, it's a non-starter because he kind of puts people in their place very quickly.
Okay, so this is what happened, right? This was a beef that rocked trailer parks across the nation, sizzling feud that divided people who bleached their hair 20 years ago and people who bleach their hair today. Officially, it started when Eminem, the only retirement age whiny teen in America, dissed Cleveland rap wave Machine Gun Kelly on a song Not Alike off Kamikaze. Unofficially, it started 6 years earlier in 2012 when Kelly tweeted that Eminem's daughter was hot. Kelly's response, rap devil, suggested perhaps truthfully that Eminem is old and uncool. M's almost instantaneous rebuttal, Killshot claimed that Kelly was untalented and incapable of matching his success. Probably also true. Nobody was really sure who won this beef until last year when Young Thug declared on Instagram that Kelly had murdered Eminem. Case closed. So what do you think? Who beat who? I honestly think that maybe Eminem did kind of kill Machine Gun Kelly because now Machine Gun Kelly's making rock music. So I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know.
Machine. Yeah. Eminem. I remember that song. Eminem murdered them.
Yeah,
My
that's a
question,
fact.
my question is, anybody Eminem beef with or that comes after Eminem, who does not Eminem murder? Right? Like who has beat Eminem is what I want to know.
I don't know. Did Royce the 5'9" beat the beef with D12? Because it seems like they made up after they beef. So I don't know who won that one between D12 and Royce the 5'9".
I don't think I've ever heard that of anyone that has beat Eminem.
We might have to wait and see. But yeah, shout out to Eminem. He's that guy. He was bred for that kind of thing. He actually started from that cloth actually. So yeah,
By the
Nobody
way,
can really.
Kamikaze or Lemmy, what is your favorite album from Eminem? Since you're speaking about him.
To be honest, I don't really listen to him like that, but I can't really say because I haven't really heard like a full length project from him, like from start to finish. So I can't really say. I can't really say, bro.
Is it it's one of the Marshall Mathers LPs? I think it's the second one. Hold on, I'm about to look and let you know for real. It's the one that got Stan on it, and I am whatever you say I am.
Yeah,
If I wasn't that
yeah,
one,
Is
that's
yeah.
that
the
That's
one.
without
it. Yeah, that was
me?
his. That was his. Wasn't that his
The
first
Marshall
album?
Mathers
I think it
LP.
Oh
was
no, no, no.
without me. Was that the album it was on?
It's his third album, but it's the Marshall Mathers LP. The first one.
Yeah, that's my favorite also. Reminding it from back in the 90s was, yeah, it
Yeah, it
was
came out in
pretty new when
2000,
it
but
came.
yeah, that's the hardest one.
Yeah, Stan is a fire track. Like that song, I won't lie, Eminem really did his thing there,
Yeah,
and it's a classic. It. I don't think anybody will ever forget that song. And he created the word. He created a new term in the dictionary now. It's now a word in the dictionary, Stan, which is crazy. Um,
oh shit.
yeah, it's now in the Oxford Dictionary, bro, officially. So another beef was Trippy Red and Takashi. Like
Oh
Takashi's
shit.
being a guy who's been, inciting a whole lot of beefs and and he's been getting away with it. Like imagine that. You
I
see,
think
that's the
because
thing.
everybody knows he'll snitch on them.
Yo, that could be facts. That could be facts. Cause yeah, some people just went quiet after Takashi was spitting his shit, like saying he's the king of New York and the king of LA and all of that shit. Like yeah, that's all I can say. Like that guy did some damage and he got away with it until we found out he was an informant in some way.
It say YG and 6ix9ine was added too. They said that one that's a beat that might never get resolved.
Yeah, this guy was dissing YG heavy, dog. Like it was heavy.
Oh yeah, he was going
And
at Chief Keef and them too. That's where
yeah,
he
and he
really
was
lost
with
his
Chief
life.
Keef's baby mama. He was with Chief Keef's baby mama, apparently, bro. That's another thing. Like he was apparently with Chief Keef's baby mama and getting some juice off Chief Keef or something like that.
We still
So
talking
yeah,
about 6ix9ine. You know what we could
yeah,
do with 6ix9ine? His ass could get in the pool. Throw his ass in the pool.
You gotta tie him up to a chair first and then throw him in the pool so he could drown.
You better hope he don't hear this. He gonna fucking tell on you.
hey, I want to ask you, like, what are the greatest or the biggest female beefs that you know about?
Honestly, I can't because I mean, there's not. Okay, so who you got from back in the day? You got MC Light, you got Salt and
And Foxy
Pepper,
Brown, Lil
Foxy
Kim and
Brown.
Foxy Brown. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so for me, Foxy Brown was more my style than Lil Kim, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so, but I mean, yeah, it's just because the female hip hop game isn't that large. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, is there even 20 female, like legendary female hip hop artists? Is there
Okay,
even
I
20?
I can't even say, but there are quite a few great female lyricists I could name, but yeah, I don't know about 20 though. But
Yeah, that's what
um,
I'm saying. Is it's very few and far between in the whole industry. To okay, so you brought up Lil Kim and Foxy Brown. Who else was beefing? Uh
MC Light and Antoinette.
Okay, I don't know who the Antoinette female is. I don't think I've heard any of her music. I know MC Light. Um, who else? So what?
Remy
Was
Ma.
Oh yeah, Remy Ma. Remy Ma. Oh yeah, she's dope too. Her husband is dope too. Papoose.
Oh, yeah,
He's a
Papoose, yeah,
dope.
he's the
Yeah, he's a dope lyricist for real.
Lil Kim and
Um,
Foxy Brown was a beef. I know that.
and then what? So in today's age, you got who was Nicki Minaj
And
beefing
Remy
with
Ma.
Cardi B and Cardi B and were all the three that are in the limelight right now, are they even beefing? Because I don't pay that much attention to them. Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, and Meg The Stallion.
So Nicki Minaj
Well,
and Remy Ma went at it. That was probably the craziest one I've ever seen. Like Remy Ma went in
mm,
on her. I listened to that shit.
yeah, facts. There's also Nicki Minaj and Azealia Banks. I don't know if you guys know about Azealia Banks.
Yeah, I know who that
Um,
is.
I do
and
not.
then and okay, so Azealia Banks is she makes some dance music too. But she's really good. She's really good.
She
And
came
then
out
there's
as a rapper though. She came out as a
yeah,
rapper.
yeah. So there's also Iggy Azalea and Azealia Banks. There was a beef there. But Iggy Azalea was beefing with a whole lot of people, even Nicki
Wait, wait,
Minaj
wait,
and
wait,
Lil
wait.
Kim.
Wait, Kamikaze. Iggy Azalea is the white girl, right? I'm getting her and Azalea
Yeah,
Banks mixed up. Okay, Iggy
yeah,
Azalea came out rapping and then she did pop. Azalea Banks, I'm not too familiar. I know who she is, but I'm not too familiar with her. I just had to get them
yeah,
right.
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
So
Iggy Azalea. The only song I think I like from her is fuck, what song is that? It's the murder. Is it the murder gang, murder club? It's a dope like kind of female empowerment song. Like that's the only song I think I can remember from her.
I feel like Iggy Azalea, they was writing Iggy Azalea's rhymes, like especially when she got up with Ti, because she was under Ti. I feel like
yeah,
they was
yeah,
writing her music heavy.
yeah. I agree. I agree. I feel like that's what was going on because apparently she went on Sway and she wasn't even doing justice to those freestyles, yo. So
Yeah. She played herself, and then she tried to say something about Ti too. She tried to say something about them in their camp when she left.
yeah. Um. So yeah, those are the kind. I think those were the only kind of female beefs that I do know about. Um. So yeah, there's not many female rivalries. The only one that's now relevant still is Cardi B and Nicki Minaj, and they still going at it low key, subliminally. Um, Cardi B's been dropping some tracks.
And
Still
popping shit. She
dissing.
been talking shit.
Yeah, so like even they have opposing opinions about things like with what's that guy's name? Guy that passed away because of he got shot in LA. Keep
Nipsey
forgetting his
Hussle.
name. No, not no,
Oh,
man,
you talking about
recently.
the other dude?
Oh, I keep forgetting his name. But you know who I'm talking about, the guy who said he
PNB.
yeah, PNB Rock, yeah, him. So like they had opposing opinions. Cardi was like, "Nah, don't blame the girlfriend." The other Nicki Minaj was like, "Yo, it's the girlfriend. Why would she post that kind of stuff?" And then you know how the news outlets said like this the shooter was there already or something like that. Well, I don't find it to be true. I have my own opinions too, but like I feel like yeah, posting your location in real time is not a good thing, especially if you're an
Okay.
artist. But at some point you kind of also manifest these kind of things because it seems like he was speaking about it, and apparently there were people on Instagram live speaking with him, and they were telling him like, yo, there's people who are out for you in LA, don't come here. And he was like, yo, forget you, like I don't care. Like he swore at the guy and then dropped the call. So
He
the
was
guy was like,
wilding.
yo,
He was wilding,
yeah.
bro.
So
So yeah, these kind of things you bring upon yourself sometimes. So yeah, man, these beefs are deep. Another beef was the reason why the Drake and Pusha T beef started was because of Lil Wayne and Pusha T. We shouldn't forget about that beef.
Oh
That's where
yeah,
it all started. So that's where it all started, and now it went all the way to Drake. So
true,
I
true.
guess it ends there. I guess it ended there now. Like he was just trying to protect Lil Wayne, but yeah, it now got too far. So yeah, another beef was Lil Wayne and Birdman. We shouldn't forget about
Rick
that.
Ross and Birdman too. Yeah,
Ooh, Rick Ross and Birdman. That's crazy, man.
Rick
That's
Ross was
that's
beefing with a few people. Rick Ross was beefing with Young Jeezy too,
oh
because Rick
man.
Ross was
Oh
riding with Gucci Man heavy. Rick Ross, he he got he I'm not gonna say he was guilty by association, but he was rocking with a lot of people's ops, and he got into it. He made himself be heard on wax about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, for sure. He took up for Lil Wayne, and he took up for Gucci Man, and even Gucci Man and Yo Gotti was beefing too. That's why Gucci Man was like really rocking with Young Dolph as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say it was a beef, but Two Chains was under Ludacris's label. A lot of people don't know that he was on DTP, but he never really got to do anything. You know what I'm saying? And he had to pay. He had to pay to get out of his deal. You know what I'm saying? He never said nothing, but if you pay attention, they don't do nothing together. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not. You could tell there's not no love between them like that.
By the way, what do you guys think about 50 Cent? Did you also listen to Candy Shop and things like that back in
Who?
the days, or is
yeah.
it too mainstream for you guys?
Nah,
Uh,
50 was fire though. Shout out to 50 Cent, but he's good, but he's good at publicity stunts. He was trying to get people to be more relevant at the same time because he was that guy. He was the it guy. Everyone was scared of him when he was about to drop in the club because
yeah.
at that time they were like, even Jay-Z was telling his record mates like, yo, you guys better prepare for this guy 50. Like he's coming, like you guys better drop your music right now before this guy comes through, because after that it's over. And
Okay.
when he did, it was over.
Didn't he?
50
Didn't
had
he have
the line.
some? Oh, sorry. Didn't he have some beef with some other gangsters?
Ja
He
Rule.
was shot or something like that.
Yeah, Jaru. Shit, man. I even forgot about that Jaru beef, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that was another beef that happened. And then the Kanye and 50 beef.
The
Uh
funniest beat, one of the funniest, like you got bloodiest beats of all time. You got the biggest publicity stunts of all time. You got funniest beats of all time. One of the funniest, if not the funniest beef of all time, is Cameron and 50 Cent. That shit was so funny, bro. Like, cause I'm a Cameron fan, so I don't care what 50 Cent was doing at the time. I don't care who he was. Like, even though he was the truth, I'm a Cameron fan, and I know that Cameron is a funny person. So the way that he kicked that beef off was so funny, and it was so funny that even 50 Cent named his album after what Cameron said, Curtis. You know what I'm saying? Curtis. He even made a song about it. He went crazy. And I feel like Cam won that beef. I feel like Cam won the beef. You gonna let anybody else tell it? They gonna say 50 won the beef. I think Cam won it, but that shit was the funniest beef of all time to me. I was dying laughing in college looking at that shit go down, bro. Cause Cameron really got the 50 Cent. He really pissed him off, and people don't really piss off 50 Cent like that. 50 be pissing people off. You know what I'm saying? So you don't usually get to see that. That shit was hilarious. I'm laughing just talking about that shit. If y'all ain't heard the song called Curtis, y'all need to go listen to that shit.
yeah, I'm gonna give it a
That
listen.
shit is funny as fuck.
So so I'm just gonna go through a timeline here. Like the first ever diss track was made in 1754. guys. Imagine that. So the song
What?
was sung, yeah, bro. It was sung by the British troops to mock the colonial troops with whom they served during the French and Indian War. By 1781, the song was used by Americans as an anthem of national pride. So the song is called Yankee Doodle. I think you guys know it. So
Oh, Yankee
yeah.
Doodle, yeah.
So that was a first ever diss track ever, bro. So the next one is Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 by Wig Party. So the song is a parody of the minstrel song Little Pigs. It was written by Whig Party member Alexander Kaufman Ross and refers to the incumbent Martin van Buren, who only stood 5'6" in rather belittling terms. So yeah, there's so many, bro. Like, yeah. So the first ever one was in 1754. I could go on if you guys want, um, but yeah. Uh, there's a lot. There's a lot. Okay, so let me just skip. There's one in 1938 called La Gota Fria, and Zulet is by Emiliano Zuleta. So he mocks Morales in lyrics for fleeing from an accordion challenge. The song became a standard and is one of the best known Vallenato repertoire in the Vallenato repertoire. And then Hitler has only got one ball by the British Army. So yeah, that's a diss track that was made in 1939.
Those songs led to war, real wars and shit.
They were getting the straps. That's when they took it out to the streets for real, for real.
For real, for real.
Whole country took it to the streets.
That's
for
that
real.
psyop. That's that real psyop music right there. For real, for real.
Yeah,
This shit,
man.
this shit just didn't come out of nowhere, as you can see. Nah, that
Yeah.
what you speaking on is like the real foundation of beef, bro. Like that
Yeah.
shit should not go unnoticed, bro. Like those songs that you just said, like in the 1750s, that shit was the foundation of of music as a whole beef, bro. Like people fed off of this and evolved it over time, man. Like that shit do not need to go unnoticed, bro.
Yeah, for real, for real. Yeah, there's so many songs, and yeah, that definitely could be the foundation to where people started, venting their feelings about other people into songs, and
I
making
can't forget.
offensive lyrics.
I can't forget. I would be remiss if I didn't say this. One of my favorite rappers of all time, Max B and Jim Jones. That was a real big beef. That was one of the craziest beefs too that I've ever seen. One of the funniest beefs, craziest beefs, and Max B in jail, but that shit could have turned out differently. And then you got Jay Z and Cameron. That was another funny beef, but the Max B and Jim Jones one was like that was one that I really paid a lot close attention to. So I had to throw that one in there. Mm.
There was also Mason Cameron, bro.
Oh yeah, Mason Cameron too. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of beefs in New York, man. That's why they was like, they always say like New York don't know how to stick together and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of beefs in New York, bro.
That could be facts.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's wild though. Like, yeah, it seems like
Even Cameron and Jim Jones was beefing. Even Dipset was beefing.
We can't even forget about. Oh yeah, go on.
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say there was a 50 Cent in the Game beef, and I think it's still going on, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like they're not gonna, because G Unit broke.
I won't lie, Lloyd Banks was one of my favorite G Unit rappers. He was dope. He had that cool swag, you know.
Yeah,
He was
he
dope.
was definitely at one moment at one point in time he was one of the he's probably one of the most underrated rappers of all time. You know what I'm saying? One of them, but I think that Ludacris might be the most underrated rapper of all time.
For
But
sure, for real.
Lloyd Banks is one of the most underrated rappers of all time.
Yeah, we can't forget that Beamer Benz or Bentley was one of the
Oh yeah,
biggest
that shit was
songs.
crazy. That shit
So
was crazy.
that song just put him on the map even more. So yeah, shout out to Lloyd Banks. Gotta show him some love.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I was saying though that you could tell Dipset broke up, man. Look at the verses with them and the Locks. You know what I'm saying? Like they could have really did way better than that if they was like a unit, you know, like they once was. You know what I'm saying? Like you could tell they just went out there and did that shit for the bread. Not to take nothing away from the Locks, because you know the Locks is like legendary. And like I spoke on Jewel, Jadakiss and Beanie Siegel, that was a very underrated beef too. Beanie Siegel's another one. Beanie Siegel's another underrated rapper. Hold on, I can't leave Jadakiss out of that underrated rapper all time conversation too. You got Ludacris, you got Jadakiss. Like Jadakiss is a very underrated rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know that can be a big argument between a lot of people. So I don't want to.
Nah, yeah, he so underrated.
Yeah, Jadakiss is underrated as
Jadakiss
fuck.
is definitely legendary. He alone killed Dipset at the verses when it was Locks against Dipset. Jadakiss alone took
Yeah.
Yeah,
them down.
it's a fact. It's a fact. You know what I'm saying? I'm saddened by it, but Jadakiss is that dude, man. He made Why. You know what I'm saying? Why is like one of the hardest songs ever. That's like one of the hardest hip hop songs ever. That and Kick Push by Lupe Fiasco is another hip hop song that I love. But those are
It's a
when you think of
classic.
like when you think of like hardest hip hop songs ever, Why is definitely one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Man, shout out to Lupe. Now you're making me think of the Cool, man. Like the Cool is one of the that's one of my all-time favorite albums. I would put it on the list of one of the greatest albums there. Like you could put it up there.
Lupe Fiasco was beefing with Chief Keef. I
Oh
don't know if you
shit.
Lupe Fiasco says something and Chief Keef says something back. I gotta look it up. Hold up. And it was he was saying, hold on, I gotta look at it now. FIASCO.
Damn, but there's other beefs like
Oh yeah, Chief
there's
Keef and all of them. Chief Keef and all of them was beefing with people, and Soldier Boy was probably beefing with people. It's a lot of beefs. It's a lot, man. We not even. Oh yeah, Shawty Low and T.I. That was a big beef here in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? That was big. I was, and it's a lot. It's not a lot that's swirling around Shawty Low's death, but I got my takes on those, and I'm not gonna say anything about it. But that was a deep beef. That's all I'm gonna say. And Lupe Fiasco considers retirement after Chief Keef spat. He said, "This album will probably be my last. My heart is broken." So they had something, man. Chief Keef scares me, Lupe said in an interview with Baltimore 992Q. Not him specifically, but just the culture that he represents. The murder rate in Chicago is skyrocketing, and you see who's doing it and perpetrating it. They all look like Chief Keef. When it comes to the point that, you know, the kids who are doing the killings, and they're kids 13 to 19 years old, and you can replicate that in New Orleans, and you can replicate that in Oakland, all the kids look the same. So on Wednesday, Keith took to his Twitter account, directing a very hateful message at Lupe. Lupe Fiasco a hoe ass nigga, and when I see him, I'ma smack him like the little bitch he is. 300. Yeah, and he kept going. It looked like he kept going. But I ain't gonna say all that stuff. Yeah, so Chief Keef, and I remember that. I don't know if y'all remember Lil B. Lil B, the bass guy. He was on. He caused a stir. People was criticizing his style of
The
music.
low B curse. The low B curse, bro.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Shout out
him and Kevin Durant.
but shout out
Yo,
though.
that's crazy.
No lie, like Lil B just came up with a new vibe, a new style. It
I
is
love
somewhat
I love Lil B, bro. I love Lil. He was hard.
like the thing is like he did cultivate a different kind of culture of hip hop. That I guess I don't know what to call it, but it's like stupid kind of raps. You could just rap about like uh anything that's like I guess anything you want to rap about, but make it sound cool. You know, Even average stuff. You could rap about average things and make it sound cool. Shout out to Lil B for that. Like he was being real. He wasn't being like a real gangster like that. So yeah.
He was just being himself, and he was a part of the. He's a part of the crew, the pack who made Vans and all of that, right? Got my Vans
That's
on, but
dope.
they look like sneakers.
That's dope.
Yeah, he was in that group.
I'm okay. So like I said earlier with the Prince and Michael Jackson beef. So so it I think it did start because of the refusal of Prince not wanting to be on the bad video, you know. So yeah, it got out of hand in the ways because now I think Prince got upset because Michael Jackson's Thriller overthrew his album at the time.
Okay, I got an answer. I got an answer for Two Cole's question. And it might have not been on wax, but I got somebody who beat Eminem, and don't Michael Jackson own Eminem masters or some shit like that, or
Yeah,
own?
yeah, 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 yeah. Hundreds, bro. Hundreds. That's a
Yeah,
big right there.
yeah, and he owned the Beatles masters, and that's really why they say he got killed over that.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, man. Yeah, it seems like yeah, Michael Jackson he didn't take like the petty way. He took like the higher route, like by saying, okay, I can own you really. If you think you owning me by, dissing me and using wordplay, I can steal your words and own them and make
So is
money
that so
off
is
it
that
at the
what
same
happened? Is
time.
is that what happened? Eminem, like he dissed Michael Jackson in the song, right?
Yeah. And he bought
Okay.
that song. He bought that song. I think he got the master for that song. And every time it got played, he was earning from it, which is a smart move, honestly.
That's a
Rather
killer
than
move. That's a killer psychological move.
imagine that, bro. Like, yo, you made a diss track. Like, imagine Drake did that with Pusha T, man. Like, he buys like the masters of the story of Adidas. Um, and then he makes money off it. But of course, he can't because it's a Jay-Z beat. And yeah, and that was crazy that Pusha didn't even put effort in using a new beat. He was like, okay, let me just use a a beat from Jay-Z and just murky on it. Like that was wild. Then speaking of Drake beefs, there was the Kendrick and Drake, and then the
Yeah,
Chris
I wanted to
Brown and
say that. I wanted to say that. Yeah, it was.
Drake. So yeah, I don't know if Drake and Kendrick are cool. I don't even think they still cool because yeah, Kendrick
I don't think they're cool.
because Kendrick did say, "Yo, when I heard Kanye forgive Drake, I was like, well, what the heck?" He said that in his album. He was like, "Yo, I was slightly confused because how could you forgive someone after them blaming you for so long and tainting your name and dissing you for no reason, and then you cool with them afterwards?" But I guess that's Jay Prince. He's in control there. So yeah, can't really speak too much about Jay Prince like that. So yeah, he's
J. Cole, he called out Wale and I think Kanye on one of them songs.
Oh yeah, J. Cole did have somewhat a feud with Kanye. He wasn't vibing with Kanye, saying that Kanye really doesn't really write his rhymes like that, and he was disappointed to find that out. You know, I think it was what song? Is it called No Idols or something like that?
Yeah, and
Um,
see, Kanye West and Soldier Boy was going at it. Soldier
what?
Boy was supposed to be on one of them songs.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, the recent one where like Kanye took him off the track and then he ended up putting him on the Donda 2, I guess.
Kanye West don't write his music though. That's a fact. He hasn't been writing his music for a long time.
Yeah.
Consequence was right at one point writing his song. Kanye do have ghostwriters, but you know they really ghost. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna
Yeah,
just keep it
Saha
at.
the Prince. I could say Saha the Prince is one of the greatest ghostwriters out there. He's one of the best rappers also. And he doesn't get too much credit. So shout out to Saha.
Yeah,
He
he's
was
nice. Bob is nice too.
Bob when he was under Ti, right?
Yeah. And shit, bro, he was popping his shit about the flat. He's like the first rapper I seen popping his shit about the flat Earth.
Yeah, and all these conspiracies, man. Like
Yeah,
even how words are spells and all of that. Like shout out
that's
to
why.
him.
Yeah,
He's
he got
conscious.
blackball. He be popping his shit for real. Like I might have to go back and listen to it. My boy, see, I wasn't. I like to rap consciously, but back in the day, I didn't like the conscious shit. It might
Hmm.
sound like hypocritical and shit. I'm like Kanye West. I was like Kanye West, bro. Kanye West, like y'all niggas see me with the backpack and all that shit. I'm not a backpack rapper. I fuck with Future. I'm like Kanye when it comes to music. But when I make my music, I try to hold myself accountable. But then when I was listening to music, I was listening to the toxic shit because it's like I don't know how to explain it, man. It's like I'm a product
Yeah,
of my environment, but I don't want to. But I don't. But I don't rap about that shit because that's not my life type situation. You know, I want to
yeah.
when I'm rapping, I want to be myself, but I'll listen to that music because I can reason with it. You know what I'm saying? I can understand it. It's like my outlet.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. Like
Yeah.
I also feel the same. Like all that, toxic music at some point it was like what fueled me and what made me, vibe and even make the kind of beats I used to make and even make now. So yeah, man, like we can't ignore that. Some of that music is good. It is good in terms of like getting some inspiration, but it's not good for the mental, of course. But yeah, you do gather a lot of inspiration from a lot of this kind of music. Some of this stuff is good, but yeah, now I do gravitate towards more of the conscious vibes and like more music with substance, more music with a good message in it now, and not the low vibration music. Because yeah, that's where I am. And I do tend to now listen to instrumentals more than ever. And and now recently, since me and Lemmy have quite a lot of tracks, that's something that's in my rotation too. So like it's mostly me, but I do have instrumentals, lo-fi, hip hop, um, or I just listen to podcasts. But like that's mostly me now. Like I would rather get inspiration from the universe now, like from my thoughts, rather than getting it from what's out there now. So
Facts. And same goes for me. Like me, my brain is like a database for music. So like say I some shit might just happen in life and I might think of a song, you know what I'm saying? And it just pops in my head. So that's the only time that I will probably reach out to mainstream music now. I don't reach out to mainstream music on my own no more because, the toxic levels was high. It was high. And, I got enough of that in me. So at this point, I done made so much music that I can listen to my own shit, and like Kamikaze said, I could listen to me and his stuff, and I can or if I had enough of myself, then I'll go listen to some reggae, because reggae is like a great, it's a great genre, you know what I'm saying, for like real shit, you know what I'm saying, like things that's going on in the world, and it's my vibe. And now that I'm on the point of reggae, I want to go to the islands, because it was a huge beef between two dance hall artists, and it basically gave certain neighborhoods a name, but it was bad because people was killing each other. Vibes Cartel, I know some of y'all probably heard of Vibes Cartel and Movado. They was beefing crazy, like in the mid two, 2006 to 2010. Like, it was beefing for years, and a lot of people died. And Bob's Cartels, the part of Jamaica that he's from, is they call it the Gaza, like the Gaza Strip in Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like, just for violence and all of that shit, and gang culture. And Movado, where he's from, is called a gully side, and it just became a war. You know what I'm saying? And it it was it was bad. But Vibes Cartel became, he when it came to the music, Vibes Cartel, he became victorious. He made his name, man. Like, Vibes Cartel is like the greatest of my era. He the greatest dance hall artist of all time, in my era. But then they was even trying to make a thing with Damian Marley and Chronix, but because Damian Marley, every time he drops an album, he wins a Grammy. But he's a talented artist, and you got Chronix, who was an up and coming artist, but they wasn't really beefing. But you know, it's so many, man. I kind of forgot. Wasn't Wiz Khalifa and Kanye West kind of beefing over the girl Amber
Yeah.
Rose? And then
Damn, bro.
yeah.
Damn, you brought that up. Like, yeah, and because Wiz Khalifa made a tweet saying I'm smoking on KK, and Kanye took it as, damn, KK means Kim Kardashian. Don't you ever talk about my wife like that. Don't ever say this, and your music sucks. Whatever, you didn't even pick up the phone. I try to call you, all that shit. And then, like, that's where it spiraled because Kanye just ranted on Twitter, assuming that Wiz Khalifa was talking about Kim Kardashian when he said he's smoking on that KK, which stands for Khalifa Kush. So it was like really crazy. And then memes
It was
started coming
subliminal.
out.
It was subliminal, bro.
Hey,
It was levels to that tweet. But you got Currency. Currency was beefing with Cash Money.
shout out to
Um
Currency.
you got Future was beefing with Jay-Z on the low. Like, man, like, cause
Oh, yeah.
Jay-Z threw that shot about throwing footballs with your son. And then on the Super Slimy album with Future and Young Thug, um Future was like, I don't give a fuck about big homie on big homie round here. Like Future would throw super subliminals, like you wouldn't even know, but I knew he was talking about that nigga.
Hey,
And
shout out to Future. He had his beef with Scottie Pimpin, you know?
Future Future even I feel like Future threw a shot at Meek Mill on the low. On the What a Time to Be Alive. He was like, you a battle rapper. I'm a real trapper. It's on one of them songs. And I was like, nah. And that was around the time that Drake was beefing with Meek Mill. And I was like, nah, this dude Future getting that Meek Mill. Like, who else is a battle rapper that he rushed with and is dissing? Because he couldn't have been dissing Drake because it's the same song, unless he was. Because you do have those songs where
Yeah,
and
people diss you
people
on
diss
your
you
own
on the
track.
same song, but it's like, okay, because Stump is the number one song where you got all three people with Young Buck, T.I., and Ludacris. That's the number one song that I ever heard people on the same track dissing one another. But of course, they couldn't have been in the same studio because it would have been somebody dead. But my thing is with Drake and Future on this. If Drake, I see, I don't think Future was dissing Drake. That's why it had to be Meek Mills. They
Yeah.
recorded What a Time to Be Alive. It was one of the hottest mixtapes of all time.
Mhm.
And I forget the song, but Future was like, man, you a battle rapper. I'm a real trapper. Like, he's talking to somebody. Like, he just ain't saying that shit for no reason. Like,
Yeah,
Future is
but
subliminal.
it's
He's
true.
subliminal. Yeah.
It's true. The thing is, because Drake was there's that song, where you at, right? Where your ass was at when I'm standing in the classroom. Yeah, that track, right?
That shit
That
was
was
hard
a
as
diss
fuck.
to that's a diss to McMill, bro. That's like, where were you when other dogs needed help?
Okay.
Like it's crazy, like I took attendance like a classroom. Like he was speaking of all that shit because, yeah, man, that was when the beef was hot. It was starting. So
But but
yeah,
but bro, Future had a song with Meek Mill called "Jumping Out the Face" around the same time. So I'm trying to figure it out because and that shit was hard as fuck. It's not like Future wasn't it wasn't like Future wasn't rubbing shoulders with Meek Mill though, because they was rubbing shoulders too. That's why I'm trying to figure out who was Future talk. I'm still trying to figure out who. I might have to go on Rap Genius, bro, because I'm still trying to figure out that shit to this day.
Yo,
Like, he was cool with that nigga.
Yo, Lemmy,
What's good, bro?
speak Pon Buju and Bounty Killer, man. You.
Bush and Bounty? Nah, it's Beanie Man and Bounty Killer. Remember that
Yeah,
one?
yeah, him too.
I'm not. I'm if there was a beef between Bush and Bounty and Bounty Killer, I don't know about that one. But Beanie Man and Bounty Killer was a real big beef, and I'm not gonna say it was a beef where it was like people about to die, but it was like who was the best lyricist and just best musician. And oh yeah, so the way that they settle like music clashes in Jamaica or beefs in Jamaica, there's a huge event called Sting in December. It's on Christmas Day, and it's called a clash. They clash on stage. You know what I'm saying?
Sound
So
Clash.
yeah, it's a sound clash. So one of the biggest Jamaica, and they're gonna say the two of the biggest sound clashes ever in Jamaica was Beanie Man and Bounty Killer and Vibes Cartel and Movado. And whoever win those are like that's how they determine who's the better artist. You know what I'm saying? Because some of them sometimes, it's a live band. You might not be able to perform your song. You might have to go up there and freestyle, and the artists are called DJs. So like with Beanie Man and Bounty Killer, that shit was fire. It made me want to go watch it. But that was a argue. Like, people still arguing to this day who won that battle. Bounty Killer went in. Beanie Man went in. I'm gonna get a slight nod to Bounty Killer because he's a real lyricist. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's one of the top that era. He was the top lyricist. As far as best artists of all time coming out of Jamaica, you got Beanie Man and Vibes Cartel, but Bounty Killer was a supreme lyricist when it came to the lyrics. He got a song. He's on the song with Gwen Stefani, the hey baby, hey, that song. He was that big of an artist, you know what I'm saying? He was able to cross over and do some songs with them. But the other one was Vibes Cartel and Movado. And Movado was like a singer, but Vibes Cartel is like a lyricist artist. So Vibes Cartel went out there and got busy on his ass. He came out there with the army gear. He was ready for war. He went out there by himself. Movado went out there with a gang of people. And then after Vibes Cartel beat him, Vibes Cartel made another song called Last Man Standing. And that shit go crazy. It's like Vibes Cartel just took on a whole life of his own after that. That's why everybody look at him like as the greatest. He's infamous for a lot of things in Jamaica, like bleaching his skin. He went and bleached his skin. He went and did tattoos. He went and did things that like we frown our face upon in Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? He promoted that young generation culture. He brought that shit to Jamaica, but his music it was great. You know what I'm saying? So it's like shit. We
Yeah.
fuck with him. You know what I'm saying? But he's in jail now. He's in jail. He's been in jail for like the past decade for murder, but he's still making music from jail. Music is being released while he's still in jail. So it's like, damn. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yo,
it's it's crazy. What's good, bro?
real quick, I'm gonna tell you why I love Bounty Killer. Yo, I ain't never came across somebody who could change their voice from them different octaves.
Nah, he's definitely a beast, bro. Look into my eyes. Tell me what you see. Can you feel my pain? Am I your enemy? That shit. Come on, man. That dude is special. He's special.
Just the way his voice changes from a super high octave to a super low octave is crazy in itself.
Somebody else who did the other sound clash that I want to make note of, Popcorn and Wiz Khalifa. I don't know if y'all seen that shit. They did like a sound clash, and Wiz Khalifa is funny, bro. He was roasting, he was roasting Popcorn, and I think this was like before Popcorn got signed to Drake. This was like a few years, but Wiz Khalifa was like throwing shots. Man, I gotta pull that shit up now. It was and but this is I wouldn't say it was beef though. You know what I'm saying? It's just like clashes. Even Kanye West and Swiss Beats did a clash, and I think Kanye West won that shit. Kanye West won that shit. I gotta pull that shit up. I had a friend who had a blog site on the Tumblr, and he used to get all the exclusive like stuff. Like that was during that Tumblr blog era, and you know how you could just get the exclusive videos and exclusive freestyles and things behind the scenes. This was right before social media took off, and it was like exclusive shit. You know, I miss that era. I miss that era of rap because you know what I'm saying. That was like that's the golden era of rap for me. You know what I'm saying? Like that whole
Yeah.
blog era and you know that whole 2000 to 2010 era of rap like was just like an untapped era. Like it was fire, bro. Even though a lot of shit was going on, it was fire though, man. It
Yeah,
was
I won't
crazy.
lie. I won't lie, I actually did like Tumblr because like I was popping on Tumblr. Like I had like a whole lot, like for real, no lie. Like I used to make like my Tumblr used to have like a music player on there, and like people used to just go on there and like just jam the music that I had on there, and like all the pictures. I used to be a photographer and like edit pictures and all of that.
Even
So like
MySpace, bro. Even MySpace, bro.
like I wasn't on MySpace though, but I was on
MySpace was
Tumblr.
hard.
Like yeah, that was a beginning of social media, and it was way more fun because everyone was just doing it for the fun instead of getting clout or attention or trying to get a big following. Because now that's what everyone is going out for. They want to have like a huge following and have like a huge audience to say, yo, I'm relevant now, like I'm relevant, instead of doing it for the love. and
but
and,
like
and that's sad.
but like Web3,
Hmm.
it kind of give you the vibes of like taking you back to MySpace. Like even with the things
Hmm.
that's going on,
Yeah.
it's like bringing them vibes back. It's just like you gotta like, it's gonna be a slow churn, but I
Yeah.
can feel those vibes now that we talking about it. I can feel it
Yeah.
coming back. You dig what I'm saying? Like more
Yeah.
intimate, and you know,
Nostalgic.
you know you're following, even with the
Hmm.
discords and everything, you know you're following and you get to interact and shit like that because with this age of social media like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you don't know who's watching. You don't People are following
Yeah.
you. You don't know who, and you just don't know. You know what I'm saying? Who's watching? But with the Web3, it's like you can feel the energy now. You could kind of feel it. I can't explain it.
Facts. Um, you know what? I feel like we should go segue into the track, eh? We've been having such great conversation. This has been a great topic actually, and yeah, there's so much we can go into,
Hold on,
but
Kamikaze. Before we segue, just ask anybody if they want to share anything about that topic, because I know we'll
yeah,
probably be done with it.
yeah, so if anyone wants to speak on the topic, on if you guys think feuds in the music industry are good, or detrimental to the music industry. You can speak now. Just let us know what your thoughts are on that.
Views, was that what you said? Now, views isn't too important. What's most important is that the music is well produced and things like that, in my opinion. But of course, views is a bonus as well. Guess it's up to the artist if what they prefer most. But of course, everyone wants to sell their music, so
For sure. And Kamikaze, we didn't touch on one thing. We didn't touch on like producer beefs too. But it's all
Oh,
good.
yo, bro, like I don't like I can't even like think of real beefs like that. Like what kind of okay, I
There
think there
is
was
though. There is though. I just gotta look it up. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but there's plenty of them,
same.
bro.
Yeah, I think there was. I think it was I don't know if it was Jay Dilla and Q-Tip. I don't know if they did have beef at some point. Um yeah, but they have, I guess they have been beefs, but I think we can speak on that after the track of the week, after segueing, and we can just continue with the topic.
For sure, for sure.
All right, go ahead, lay it on out for us, guys. What's this track about?
Go ahead, Kamikaze. You got it. I'm gonna let you go first.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
So
yeah. 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 You want me to go? I can go.
okay, you can go, bro. You can go. No stress.
I bet. Yeah. Because I know I be laying down the foundation, so I know it's kind of easy. But so the name of this song this week is called Shmita, and Kamikaze brought this to my attention. The Shmita is basically since I believe it's since the 1900s. It's a Jewish holiday. The Shemitah is a Jewish holiday that just passed. It's their New Year. It just passed last month, I think on the 27th of September. And every day, every 7 years, there's a huge market collapse um in um in the world. So, you know, huge recession. The recession in the 30s was during the Shemitah. Certain market collapses in the 60s, oil crashes, the Obama recession, 9/11 was the year of the Shemitah, 2015 was the Shemitah before the one this year. It's always something that goes down economically on this Jewish holiday. And Kamikaze brought it to my attention. He sent me a video and was like, yo, we gotta make a song about it. So, it's it happened this year, and I don't know if you guys took note of it, but they said that hey, the stock market crashed, and it has crashed. The crypto market didn't really take a beating like that, but only time can tell on what's gonna happen this winter. You know what I'm saying? It's the Shemitah year, and every 7 years it happens. Something happens. Whether it's a psyop, they put it out there, and Kamikaze made this beat. I was the architect as far as like putting it together, like just our same formula, you know what I'm saying? And my whole take on it, my whole approach with the track is like, you know, the Jewish people that's here now and have taken over our arguably taking over the world or taking over the country, they're not really the real Jews. So you have indigenous people that are really the real Jews, but it's not highlighted. Nick Cannon has spoke on this. He's gotten in trouble for it. Kanye West just tweeted about it. He's gotten he's getting in trouble now. They barred him from Instagram or Twitter again because of it. And I highlighted that in the hook, like who the real Jews are. And then I also just highlighted by the date, by not the date, but the years that each market crash happened. So you know what I'm saying? Like it's on a dance EDM beat. I think it's a dope track. It's another one of them bangers.
Kamikaze came through with the vocals. He came through with the beat. Even the cover art is dope. But I'm gonna let him explain his side of the story. You know, that is Shmita could be smelling two different ways as well. But you know, I hope y'all enjoy it.
Yeah, so Shmita, yeah, it came about because of, you know, this yeah, it happens every 7 years. That's what Shmita is. Shmita happens every 7 years. It's a New Year Jewish holiday. So what happens this year is, this is the 70-year platinum jubilee, because every 70 years is like a platinum jubilee. So it happens once in a lifetime that there's a platinum jubilee. So this is an event that we couldn't miss at all, and it's in line with the transfer of wealth, changing of, you know, currencies from cash to going digital. So we definitely in a platinum jubilee, and we've experienced the death of the queen as well. There's so much that has happened during the Shemitah year. But yeah, the song came about because, you know, I found out about Shemitah, and I was like, okay, yo, man, even Too Cold and Lemmy, I was just speaking about Shemitah all the time in one of the space. I was like Shemitah like so much, because I was like, yo, man, this is a time, this is where we are now. So like bringing it up and hearing more about Shemitah, I was like, okay, cool, yeah, we gotta make a track. And then Lemmy was like, okay, cool, yeah, let's make a track. We need something, we need a vibe. And I was like, okay, cool. I just thought of this beat that I actually made for this project that I think you guys know him, Dress. He actually made the, you know, no effort drawings, the doodles of people's profile pictures, and then just sending it to them, the black and white drawings, doodles. He made those, and then he was planning on working on a project with his friend, I think Lamai. I think his name is Lamai, not Lemmy. And then they were gonna make a project called The Shapes, and this cover art, I was like, yo, I was making a beat for that, and I was, because it kind of gave me that dancey vibe, so I made this beat, and they weren't using it, so I was like, okay, cool, let's make a vibe for Shemitah with this. And I sent it to Lemmy. Actually, I just sent it to Lemmy because I thought like he wanted to exchange vibes once in a while. So I was like, okay, let me send him this. And he was like, okay, yeah, we can do Shemitah on this. I was like, okay, cool. I could have actually, you know, orchestrated the track, but I was thinking, nah, let me do his thing, because I already have what I want to say in mind. I already have the lyrics in mind, but I just want to hear what Lemmy has, so that, you know, we can bring about it, because I knew he wanted to go on a singing vibe. Even in my head, I was like, nah, Lemmy's gonna go on some vibe like that. He's gonna go in this singing kind of bag. So let him do that instead of me coming up with the hook that is just me rapping. Let him do his thing. So that's why I waited for you to do it low key. But the thing is, we didn't have time to actually record it in time for Shemitah, because like there was so much going on, and at that time we were so busy that we couldn't really, you know, have time to record it. So like we had time last week, a couple of weeks ago, to record it, and yeah, we finally did it, and like it was, yeah, I can say like, yeah, the vibe just, yeah, we killed it. We got the vibe. So yeah, I say rest in peace to the queen. And when I say rest in peace to the queen, I'm talking about money. I'm not talking about Queen Elizabeth, but yeah, I'm talking about the actual physical cash is gonna die, because apparently the banknotes in the UK, some of them are gonna be obsolete, if I'm not mistaken, Hales. But yeah, that's where we're going. So Shemitah is basically us celebrating this new transfer of wealth, in a way that we definitely here, and we in the eye of the storm, and we're not sleeping. We're here and we aware of it. So yeah, this is the song Shemitah.
All right, here we go with the track of the week from our guys Lemmy and Kamikaze. Shmita! Shmita winner!
It's me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye. It's me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye. Kicking it like Galatasaray. I'm ballin' real hard with a magic play. No shortcuts, brought to the heart away. I'm on that March champagne, real Chardonnay. If I'm on that brown, then it's Grand Marnier. I stepped on my frames, he's a Cartier. I ain't too drunk to speak, I ain't too blind to see that every 7 years, look what they did to me. 1966, financial crisis. 73 was a horse shot. 1980, a hard recession. In 1987, they learned a lesson. 1994, did you second guess it? A bomb market crash while you Clinton rapping. 2001, that was 9/11. In 2008, Obama recession. 2015, mega crash alert. 2022, cradle ISO 22. The prices might reduce, better calculate your moves. They don't want to have a truce, they just want to see you lose. My country owe a couple $1 trillion. Why you think we got all this money problems? I'm running up my digital cash, cause we can't afford another market crash. Me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye. We the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye.
It's Shmita, can't believe ya. I'ma tell you one time, Justin Bieber. Tip of the financial scale like a Libra. Digital cash, my wallet looking greener. The greatest transfer of wealth. Gotta keep it low key, gotta keep it stealth. Marcus in the red, seeing everything melt. Play your cards right and accept what you dial. African New Year at the same time though. We the real Jews, let me ain't lie though. In the recession, why did they lie though? Everything's gonna be okay, have high hopes. There's a difference between you and me. Shmita time, 17-year platinum jubilee. Read between the lines and the truth you will see it's inevitable. Rest in peace to the queen. Now I'm talking about the banknotes. I don't really care, y'all. I'm an asshole. Let the money swim to me like a tadpole. I'm getting high like the prices of gas though. The last big event was 17 years ago. This is a once in a lifetime event for me. Can't miss out on this opportunity. And I give no fucks, truthfully. Right place at the right time, that's where you should be. But you're asleep, can't wake up a flock of sheep. Truth is in plain sight, it ain't that deep. Got my eyes in the keyhole, watch me peep. Following the money trail, I look like a creep. Dirty money on the floor, watch me sweep. Keep my money in my pants like my breeze. My money talks, so it don't keep it brief. Shmita or Schmida, golden standard like Midas. My eye is on the prize. Financial crisis is almost on the rise, and that's how I'm moving on the real though. Can you tell me what's real though? Hold my money in escrow. I'm feeling like Drake. I got money to blow. XRP, watch the liquidity flow. Cause
it's me the time. We the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye. Me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye.
All right. There we go with the Shmita time. So I will say this, Kamikaze, playing that track, the timer thing was not working when I hit the play. It worked when I played the Wake and Bake song, but when I clicked the link that you sent me for the Shmita song and I hit the play button, the timer at the bottom was not moving.
All right, bet. Yeah, I think there's an issue with the play button at the top. So yeah, I'll definitely get to that. Thanks for that.
It's me to
Love the week of
Shmita. What y'all think about that?
amazing job, guys. I love the weekly song.
We got Mr. Bot, Mr. X Bot up here. Boss man, what's going on, my guy? What you know about Shmita?
Hey, what's going on? I'm in the store right now. That was fire, though. I'm just listening, but I'll tune back in soon. That was Heath, too.
Okay, what was that? I didn't hear you because of Jake's Tourette syndrome or whatever he's got going
Nah,
on.
he said he was in the store.
I'm in the store. It's
Oh, okay.
fire. I'm just listening. I'll pop in here soon.
Oh, okay, okay. Um, yeah, so that's some musical education as well as what Kamikaze laid out for us, right, on what Shmita actually is. So that's dope. That was a little catchy vibe, right? Um,
It's me the time.
yeah. What else we got going, guys?
Yeah, so yeah, with Shmita, the funny thing is it's at the same time as African New Year. It happens at the same time, so that's why I said it's African New Year at the same time though. We're the real Jews, let me ain't lie though. So yeah, that's some education. These most of these holidays happen at the same time as African stuff. So yeah, it's no coincidence that they do that because
It's
a
me
whole
the
lot of
time.
yeah. Shout out to Lemmy for that one. he actually delivered there with that hook. Like I was bumping my head when I first heard it. I was like, okay, he we worked on a track, another track. Actually, we worked on Gulabi Gang. He sent that through. I wrote to that. I sent him Gulabi. He sent me Shmita after that, and I was like, okay, let me work on that now. Like, so it was like a switch of things. Like, we did that with instantaneously, same day. We did everything. So, shout out to Libby. Like, it was actually a vibe hearing Shmita. I was like, okay,
Shout out to you. I think I ain't gonna. I'm not sure because I record a lot of music, but this is my first time releasing like a dance EDM track, and I'm doing that. So shout out to you for like
That shit was
you know,
fire, bro.
yeah, just having me tap into a different realm, man. Appreciate that, Jake. Appreciate you showing love, and Tuco, Tuco can attest to this, man. We knock out songs at XRP speed when it's when it's when it's in front of us, when the task is in front at hand. You feel me? So we that's what we do. So shout out to Kamikaze for coming through too.
So we got a listener that's I believe he's probably listening from the computer, so he's not showing in the room, but he dropped a comment in here and says he said that spell check Shmita time track right now is fire. So he was enjoying vibing to that.
That's
Run it
hard.
back.
That's hard. Shout out to him. Nah, the song is hard though. The song is hard, and hearing it, hearing it on the Wake and Bake is like it sounds different. That shit sound good. It sounds good. I guess because it's not a hip hop track, man. I guess it's the dance vibes, and I ain't gonna sit here and say that I'm accustomed to the dance vibes like that. So it's just new. It's just like a new sound to me. It shit sound hard. It's hard though.
yeah,
Yo,
I feel you. I agree. Like it's so different hearing it like from someone else's speakers or like from a third party rather than hearing it from your own sound system. Cause I feel like when we listen to our own music, we're biased, but hearing a third party play it, or even like when you're at an event or something, like someone playing your music, it's like completely different. You hear it completely differently. So hearing music here on Awake and Bake is always dope, man. It always is.
yo, shout out to y'all. Y'all did a dope job. Like the to rhyme on that up pace tempo, and then Lemmy, you killed it on the hook. The way you slowed that shit down, it's crazy.
Whoa, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, so yeah, man, like the whole vibe. Like I've been interested in this kind of vibe. I made a project in 2017 called Fashion Week soundtracks. Some models actually will be using it like for rehearsals and stuff, like for their fashion shows or whatever they have to do for modeling. And it's like, yo, like this is something that I feel like more people are gonna start gravitating towards. And I've always been making this kind of vibe, and then now hearing Drake starting to be on it. And it's funny because like you did mention that Drake, you would want Drake on this track, and I did mention Drake in my verse. I was like, yo man, this guy is crazy for saying Drake. Like um is that, was that the reason why you said Drake? But yeah man, no, hearing people now starting to get on this dance vibe, because like I think it's gonna be more apparent that people are gonna start wanting to be on this wave. It's gonna be a new thing because everyone wants to be on good vibes, good energy, up tempo, more than just more low vibration. So yeah, we're gonna start. I guess we're gonna start getting into this kind of thing, and maybe a bit more than anything, because it is kind of dope to rap on beats that aren't like hip hop beats. It really is dope to try and find a pocket to do something in there. So yeah, really appreciate that. It is a challenge, but it is kind of a breeze once you get used to it. You'll start finding pockets in these kind of stuff.
Well, I used to practice rapping on these beats like Skrillex. Skrillex was like really big when I was in college, and that's when the EDM. That's when that shit started to get popular. Like I was hanging around some folks who was listening to that stuff. We go to parties and stuff in the city, and I had another group. It's another one of my favorite rock group is Sleigh Bells, and they had like this crossover rock sound and I was like, nah, somebody need to sample these beats. I'll rap on these beats like right now. So I used to get their instrumentals and like write to them, but I never got to recording them, and I never got to release anything. It was just me like writing and practicing. So the reason why I might have a seamless transition to a beat like this because I practiced on them. Like I listen, like don't get me wrong, I'm open to listening to this shit, but it's not really my cup of tea though. You know what I'm saying? And even with the hip hop, like I don't feel like they're gonna hop on. I don't feel like hip hop is gonna accept it immediately, but they're adding it to the end of songs already. They're adding it to the beats, and then it's gonna be like a slow transition. I think Drake spearheaded the efforts with his album, um, and it might get escalated a bit now, but I think especially in the South, it might take time, but I know that even Future was having that stuff on his beats and on the Wizard album on one of his songs. So like they're adding it to the beat. So shout out to that sound. I'm glad we made that Bird track before Drake dropped his album cut. And that's a fun fact too. We made that Bird Super Eagle Coin track right before Drake dropped that album. So we wasn't swagging off him. Kamikaze been on that shit.
Facts, 100% facts. Hey, bro. So I looked at some producer feuds. Well, it's mostly like artists feuding with their producers, though.
Yeah, I see it. So you got on
Um,
BT.com?
nope.
Okay.
VH1.
Okay, cool.
I'm on
I found
VH1.
one on BT. So whatever you don't say, I say it.
Okay, so there's first one I think is Lil Wayne and Diesel.
Lil Wayne and
So
Diesel.
the lollipop,
Oh, is that the
yeah,
lollipop?
yeah.
Yeah.
So he did not get proper compensation for helping craft the hit song, in addition to other tracks on the Carter 3, right, which grossed like 70 million. So
Do you have any more Lil
Lil
Wayne
Wayne,
ones?
nah, I don't. Do
All right,
you?
cool. I got one, but I don't know if I cut you off, so you can.
Nah, you can go. We can interchange here, man.
Okay, cool. So I got a Lil Wayne one. Him in Bangladesh.
Oh
Um, uh,
shit, a
yeah,
millie.
a millie, and 6 foot 7 foot criticized the rapper for not compensating him properly. The two have reportedly resolved their issues with Bangladesh producing Did It on him for Young Money signee Nicki Minaj. So another thing with Lil Wayne, I heard a lot about Lil Wayne and Cash Money them not liking to pay producers. Scott Storch was one of them. Scott Storch has had a big dispute with them, I believe, about getting paid on beats. And I think that's where Rick Ross, like, that's where he even began to look at them funny. He was like, nah, I pay. Like he talked about that shit on the diss track. Like, nah, you need to pay your producers for their beats and shit like that. That I was becoming a thing. And that's where I, I started to like be like internalized, like integrity wise, I gotta pay my producers. Like I never ran off on nobody, but that just solidified how I felt about moving with that.
Yeah, for me, right? Speaking about paying producers, that's why I decided like, nah, I don't wanna have this kind of thing happening to me where someone says, "Yo, I made you, and I made this hit song for you. You didn't compensate enough." When low key we had a negotiation in some way, so I decided at some point like, nah, I don't want to start rapping on people's beats anymore like that. I will do that, but like I would rather prefer to make my own style and make my own beats, even though it's not really 100% what I've I would want, like, because of course I would want to rap on similar sounds to what's out there, but like I know I make my own vibe and my own sound, so that's what I rap on and that's what I do. So I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, let me rather do that than, have these kind of things haunt me in the long run, that someone says, yo, you didn't compensate or you didn't pay me for this. And there are some people I negotiate with, and they say, okay, cool, you can keep the royalties for, streaming and all of that, but when it comes to all the TV stuff, like if it ever goes on TV or on a movie or anything like that, the bigger ones, then that's when we need to start like splitting things, and the payments come from there. But like with the streams, song streams and all of that, the producers are like, yeah, that's cool, you can keep those pennies and all of that. But when it comes to the big screen and all of that serious stuff, yeah, that's when we need to, split it fairly. So yeah, that's my take. I tend to think that way nowadays, that I don't wanna have this baggage of someone saying that they made this song for me, and I owe them. So
Facts,
yeah.
facts. You got any more
Yeah.
producer rapper beefs?
So well, this is not a rapper, but it's Lady Gaga and Rob Fusari. So the music producer goes by the name 8-Bit, sued Lady Gaga for 30 million in March 2010, claiming he was responsible for cultivating Gaga's image and co-wrote several songs from her debut album, The Fame. However, when Gaga hit the big time, she allegedly off, cut him out of getting his piece of the cake. By September 2010, they resolved the issue. However, these two dueled again years later when Fusari exposed confidential details about Gaga's private life to a jury during his deal with fellow Gaga producer Wendy Starlin. And yeah, that's what happened. So yeah, it's usually so I'm assuming most of the feuds about payments is mostly about getting paid out.
Oh yeah, 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 and that's an element. That's an element of the game. Before we get back into it, I got a question. But let Wolf of God go. I got a question and a comment to make, like an interesting comment and question.
Yeah, word.
Go ahead, Wolf of God.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to say again, amazing song of the week, guys. Really loved it. But I was hearing that you were mentioning things about conspiracy theories and things like that a bit earlier today, Lemmy. I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
do you guys think there is any of the rappers in the United States that have gone so far that they have been dancing with the devil and ending up in the claws of the deep state and things like that? Do you think?
Man,
Damn.
you know the answer to that question, Wolf of God. You know the answer
Damn.
to that question. You on Wake and Bake every damn week. Hear me popping my shit.
Yeah, man. It makes me think of necromancy all the time whenever these kind of questions come up, man. Like that's the only song that we spoke about what really goes on. So yeah, like us speaking about all these things in our music, it does make us that's the answer. Like we speak about it in our music, so yeah, we definitely are aware of these kind of things, but yeah, about it too much, it's an iffy thing, but yeah, we know about it. That's
I'm
what
gonna give you a short answer though. Like, yes, I do believe, and it's a high percentage of mainstream artists that are doing it, to answer your question. But you already know what it is, Wolf of God. You want it. You on this show every week. You listen to the show
yeah,
every week.
my short answer is MK Ultra.
Did Mr. Xbox want to say something?
Yeah, this is completely off topic, but this was literally just posted right now. Did you guys see about the homicide gang that's being the next RICO charge, like that's getting indicted next? It's like the homicide gang, and supposedly Future and Playboy Cardi have ties to it.
Oh
So
shit.
they're yeah, academics just posted that. They're supposedly like the DA's going under this big gang, and they're about to go against this gang called Homicide, and supposedly, yeah, Playboy Cardi and Future are like involved in it, and that's the next indictment, next RICO charge that's about to hit, like YSL.
Yo.
So,
Man,
Oh
that's wild.
shit.
should be
That's
very interesting.
wild.
We'll
Nah,
see how
that's
that
Yo,
unfolds.
that's crazy, bro. Because all I'm gonna say is like, yo, so so all I'm gonna say in response to that is 2000 to 2010 was like our golden era of hip hop. But then when you come to 2010 to 2020 and that offspring of Lil Wayne culture with Future and Thug and all of them, like people can say what they want, but like it was a lot of stuff going on here in Atlanta. And man, if they building cases based off them raps that they were saying and shit like that, this shit about to get crazy. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
and the crazy part is, like you were saying, referring to like the early 2000s to 2010.
Yeah.
The only difference between then and now, yes, everyone's different. There's a lot of stuff changed, but the only difference is the internet.
I'm telling you.
That's the only difference.
And it was a lot of shit going on between then, cause like, bro, you got like, and you brought up something crazy, cause now it's just taking me back to my childhood now, like when I was in high school, cause like I'm from the south side of Atlanta, so it's like I seen the whole, and with all this all of these RICO charges coming up in the city, it's like it's kind of bittersweet. It's bittersweet, and it's way more bitter than it is sweet.
Yeah.
Because I grew up off a lot of this music. We watch Atlanta, like, cause the whole game has been East Coast, West Coast, and the South kind of came in and did its thing. But I sat there and watched that, and I understood all of that come up and everything, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of my culture, so it's where we come from. So it's like what you were saying, even with it happening in the between 2010, a lot of it happened, but it wasn't documented. A lot of shit was going on, man. I had friends who lost their lives. It like behind the music, like even the whole 808 Mafia, and you hear and Southside making the beats for Future, like those dudes, those were like gang. It was like a lot of gang activity. Those dudes the Nuck If You Buck, like the Bone Crusher Never Scared, evolving in it's like it's crazy. So watching it play out is like I said, it's sad, but then at the same time, you gotta grow. You gotta grow. And my problem with Future always was like me and my homeboy, because I got friends that know Future, like know him personally, DJ for his parties, know people that know. Atlanta's like 6 degrees of separation. Like I could have been involved with a lot of stuff, but
based off the question that Wolf of God just asked us, I had to unlearn and relearn and move away from some of that stuff and watch it from afar. You know what I'm saying? Or I could have been a part of that stuff, or I could have been putting my life on the line to be in a part of that stuff. That's why on the Xbox chat, I'd be like, man, that's those are real lines. I like what I say. Bots like real cops, real thoughts. Whoa, the block is real hot. Xrpl, my chill spot. I'm at Xbot. Like those are real lines. Like I'm just not talking shit. Like Xrpl is my chill spot. Like I don't gotta be in the street doing what a lot of motherfuckers do. I'm on the Xrpl chilling, trying to figure this shit out and rap about it and change my life. So like it's crazy, but at the same time, it's sweet because the game is making a transition for artists like myself. It's sad that it got to go down by the hands of some of my favorite artists, and it goes back to the comment that we just made about Kanye West saying Kanye West was like, "Oh, y'all niggas thought I was a backpack rapper. Nah, I listen to Future. I listen to Chief Keef. Like that was me. But at the same time, you gotta grow." And I will argue with my friend. I'll be like, yo, Future gotta grow up in his music. Like this shit, he got 5 kids. He wants his kids listening to this. I don't want my kids listening to this. Like lean, drugs, talking down on women. Like he gotta grow up. And it's crazy, bro. I appreciate you sharing that information. Now it's gonna be crazy. We just gotta let it play out. I appreciate you sharing that though, for real.
Yeah, I just see it's very interesting, and I wasn't taking it from like saying like nothing in the streets is happening from the early 2000s to the 2010, 100%, because I can say we had realer like gangsters and like street people back then than we do now. I was just saying it from the perspective of social media, meaning like the feds may not be watching you unless they're sitting outside your house or have your phone taps, but the feds can just look on your Instagram now and see that you're on yachts every day or putting up 200 million or all this crazy money. So social media is completely ruining these rappers. And that's why you see even the biggest rappers, even if they're like that, none of these people post the real important stuff. And then you have people like PNB Rock, which just got set up and all that crazy stuff. So there's like the internet is just definitely like it's like a powerhouse, but then again, it's like it's a gift and a curse, of course, when it comes to the music industry, because these streaming platforms make it harder for these artists to gain their following or build up actual like financial gain, and suppress them and not own their work. And that's even getting farther away now. I mean, it's getting closer now since we have blockchain to people owning their stuff. But from back then, obviously people didn't know, so they were just selling their masters left and right. But now with the internet, you would just know, okay, I could just do this completely myself. So there's definitely like multiple different ways to it.
Nah, for real. And it's like, wow, like it also goes to just your foundation now. Like the rap game is about to like, it's not ever gonna be the same, bro. Like it's like now if you see a gangster rapper come out now, it's like, bro, you gotta question if they're the feds, because like no person with sense is gonna come out and talk street anymore. Like if you really from the streets, like you should be doing what Lupe Fiasco been doing. You should be doing what me and Kamikaze is doing. Like I've been a huge proponent of this. Like talk about something else. Be creative. Y'all can be from the streets. It's cool to be be from the streets, but like come at it differently. Like Kendrick Lamar is doing that. He's doing it, but he's still. I haven't listened to his last album, so I can't really. I'm not. It wouldn't be fair for me to speak on what he's doing now. But when I hear him, I can see that he's trying to do it. I'm gonna say that he's trying to do it. He's still attached to the street. He's still gonna pop his street shit. But bro, it's time to get away from that, man. Our cities, our inner cities, especially Atlanta, is just being infiltrated by feds, like all day, every day. Like y'all gonna go out, y'all gonna go out like some hoes over this street shit. Nah, if you gonna pop your shit about them at least. Like, don't go outside over this street shit. Like, you better off being, dying, going out like a soldier, shit, and dying.
Yeah. Yeah, like apparently there's I think there's a law that's passing that like rappers lyrics can't be used against them anymore. I don't know if that's being pushed now or if it's now law, but yeah, they trying to make that a law now that you can't use their lyrics against them.
Ooh,
What do you
speaking
think
of
of
what
that?
you just said, and this one just hit. They might use this one against Future. So you got a song. They got a song called "All the Smoke," and ooh, this shit hurt. So Future got a line in that shit saying "Homicide Gang, they gonna put you on Fox." Oh my god, it's like that line is strong. That line, somebody just tweeted that shit, and I was just like, oh shit. And Mr. Xbot just said that's a homicide gang. This shit is about to get crazy. Cause that's one of Future and Young Thug biggest songs on All the Smoke. You know, everybody say who wants smoke. Like, you know, they made that song, We Want All the Smoke. Future got that shit in one of their biggest songs saying that shit. Like, and Future be talking subliminally. Like, it's like you gotta really, it's like either you gotta be from that or you gotta be from Atlanta to know what he talking about. You gotta be from that, cut from that cloth, or from Atlanta to just know what he talking about. And damn, I gotta hit my boy up because this shit crazy. Because like I said, I know people that know him, man. I gotta see what the fuck is going on. This shit is crazy.
Let me check your DM.
I will, bro.
Yeah, this is a crazy time in hip hop. I think that's why, this question about beefs is also relevant. Like, these kind of things do cause a downfall. So I'm guessing the question should have been violence, speaking about violence in general in hip hop, and also about lyrics, having violent lyrics. Do you think that's good? Because yeah, it could, of course it's bad, but like it could have some positive connotations to it. But yeah, overall, man, like, you these rappers put in all the juicy details in their lyrics. It's never dope. It's never a good look unless you beat a case or something. Then you can speak about it, but don't speak about something that's ongoing. You just like Jay-Z. Jay-Z's been speaking about what he had been through. That's why he released the blueprints. He was speaking about what happened in the past, right, which he can't get indicted for, rather than speaking on things that are ongoing. He's no longer that person anymore, so they can't get him for those kind of things. He can speak about it now, but they can't get him for it anymore.
Yeah, bro. It see that's a Jay Jay Z. He dodged a lot, man. That's all I'm gonna say. He dodged a lot. He
Yeah, we
dodged a
should.
lot.
Yeah, I wouldn't say talk about that one.
I'm not gonna
That's
talk
a
about it.
topic.
But see, oh man, this yeah, we can go in right now, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Cause with like it, and it's crazy that no, it's crazy. Mr. Xbox brought this up because Future was beefing with Jay. He said, remember I said he said some things to Jay. You can't really do things to Jay and get away with it, bro. Like that's all I'm gonna say. Like get away with it scot free. He subliminally gets you in the bars and he subliminally gets you in life. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. And it's like, oh man, I want to talk, but I can't. I can't. Um, it's yeah, it's deep, bro. It's deep. And with the
Yeah.
Future shit, man, he's one of my favorite artists, bro. So it's like, damn, like from work ethic, it's not even what he talks about in the music no more. It's like his work ethic, just seeing him do what he did from 06, 07. Like he was ghostwrite. He had a hand in ghostwriting Ludacris song, the something like that. You put it's a song on one of Ludacris's album. He was ghostwriting for Rocco. he was a part of the Dungeon family. He was always ghostwriting. He was, you know, he was one of them kids who just came out of nothing and just made a way for himself. It's like every kid dream down here, like to be like him, bro. Like, so it's wild. It's wild. That is really news to me. That's really news to me. He like a hero out here, bro. Like for real, for real. So it's gonna be a lot of shit going on outside. It's they tearing the city apart, bro. It's crazy, bro. Like in real time, because people could say what they want about this place, man. It's responsible for a lot of swag out here in the game and just worldwide. Like they tearing this city apart. It's kind of insane to watch.
Yeah. All I can say is, that episode of Atlanta, I feel like it's gonna start coming to fruition now. Oh man.
Man, and it's so
Young
lame.
white
It's
avatars,
so
bro.
lame, bro. That's some lame ass shit. That's all I'm gonna say is lame.
Yeah, for real, it is though. But I feel like that's what hip hop is gonna come to. They're gonna have like avatars and ghostwriters behind these avatars. And by avatars I mean like real people, like kids, rapping about these things, and then an adult is just ghostwriting these kind of things for them just to stay relevant. That's what I feel like is slowly coming into hip hop, because the younger generation, like there was this kid called Matt Ox, and he was under one of my favorite producer collective called Working on Dying. Um, they they make some beats called they made a genre of hip hop beats called tread, which is kind of like some fast paced like beats. Like freaking dope though. So like yeah, they had this kid Matt Ox, and he started blowing up with this song called Overwhelming, where he made a music video with fidget spinners. But like yeah, I feel like that's where things are starting to go. Like the younger generation are gonna start being the ones who are in the forefront now, more than all the conscious people, and hearing about this real stuff. That's why I've gone back to making boom bap kind of beats and getting on that vibe, because that's really where I see things were better, and were better off, and like we were more focused on things when things we were more focused on the music when it was kind of slowish and not too fast paced and low vibrational. So that's where I see things going.
Yeah, yeah. It's I'm not gonna say I fully agree with you. It's just gonna be interesting to see where the game go. All I know is if you a rapper and you popping all that stuff that Playboy Cardi and them. Cause Playboy Cardi is a wild boy too, and he was beefing with some other kid. Like the young cats out here know what's going on, and some of y'all, I guess, whoever listens to Playboy Cardi in here or is familiar with his music, he was beefing with some artists, and he even said something on Kanye West's album. He's like, "I'm smoking my ops." I'm smoking my op, like they be like, I'm smoking the op pack, like they smoking they op ashes and shit. Like they be like these young niggas be love saying that in the tracks. And Kanye West was like, nah, I ain't smoking my op pack. We don't get he said stuff get crazy like that. He said it on the Donda album. I forget the line, but Kanye West was like smoking the op. I can't smoke my op pack because like that's like you smoking people ashes, bro. Like that energy transfers through you. But Playboy Cardi was like, nah, I'm smoking my op pack. Like, and it's off the grid on the off the grid track. He said that shit. And Playboy Cardi beef with somebody. A lot of people was dying. It was like a lot of blood sacrifices in that stuff. And I seen one of my young cats from out here. They was talking about it, and I peeped it, but I ain't really care to just pay attention to it. But if you pay attention to Playboy Cardi, you could just tell like he down for whatever. He gonna do whatever to just keep staying above, to do whatever to stay in the limelight and do whatever he got to do. So I can definitely agree. I can definitely see what's about to unfold here.
I was about to say, yeah, people think is the way Playboy Cardi's image is means that he's just like some weirdo or something like that. It's like that dude's like a street dude at the end of the day. He's from the trenches. It's just that he's just trying to hold up this image. Other than that, he's still really out here. Like, if he's not personally doing it, at least he's organizing or appointing people. Who knows? But these people are definitely out here like this, especially like the Young Thug case. Like, I'm a fan of Young Thug. I don't want to free King Slime, but it's just, I mean, I've listened to all Young Thug's music, and if you listen to some of these songs, it's like,
Nah, for real. Nah, for real.
it's rough, man.
And yeah, for real, like that, like what you said, bro. Like, people look at the image and things like that. They they really tied to that. If they're not doing it, it's ties, bro. It's ties, bro. I just wish the best for them, bro. I just wish the best for them.
Mr. Xbox, are you also heavily into hip hop or things like that? Are you into
Yeah,
more?
I absolutely love music. Like, absolutely obsessed with music. I'm not an artist myself. I freestyle all the time. I'm literally addicted to freestyling. It's ridiculous. Um, but I manage an artist. I don't do it publicly, so I'm not gonna announce anything about that. And I have some relatives that are celebrities as well, that are musical artists. So I've definitely seen a lot. And I've definitely know a decent amount in the music industry. That's why I like tuning into these, and that's why I tried to build a relationship with Lemmy from the very start when Too Cold first introduced us. More than just him being so cool, of course, in those lines, but the music connection too. I love music with a deep passion. It's crazy. It's like, if I definitely wasn't the way I grew up and the way I was and what I came from, I would be a rapper. I hate to say that. Like, I don't want to be a rapper, but the way you would think it is, I would be a rapper. Like, I'm not the average person. I dress like a rapper. I would say that too. So I'm not the guy that's about to wear a professional suit or anything like that. Like, I got the diamonds, I got chains, I wear nice clothes. Like, I dress like that. But I love music. Yeah, I love music, bro.
Sweet. I would guess that you were more like a techno guy or more into techno music.
See. No, I come from. See, I'm from. See, I don't come from the. I don't know. I don't know how I want to say this, but yeah, I've just came from, certain areas, like certain other people, and I would just, the way I was raised, I've always just listened to hip hop. That's just what I've always done. I've always liked it. But here's the other thing too. I love techno. I love EDM. I love some country music. I literally listen to all types of music. But yeah, hip hop's my favorite, of course.
Yeah.
I got a funny Mr. Xbox story. So when I first made the the Xbox track, I sent it to him, right? I made it fast. I made it hella fast. So I don't know if they was
Crazy. It was like less than like 12 hours or something. I was insane.
So but I got it to him, and he heard it, and he was like blown away. So he's like, man, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I thought that shit was gonna be trash. I thought I know he was probably gonna comparing it to, because
I
at the
sent this
time
man a whole novel. It was not like a little response. It was a long ass paragraph explaining why I liked the song so much and why I messed with him so much, because crypto rappers are terrible. They literally suck. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, there's not that many that are good, and he definitely stood out. And I was like, wow, this is
Yeah, so shout out to him. But I thought that was funny. But he said him and his girl was rocking to it. But to further what you were saying, like, where you from, bro, Pittsburgh, that's like an eclectic place, bro. Like, it's like a mix, cause like that whole Kentucky, Pittsburgh, Ohio, like part of the country, a lot of black and white people really like. It's an understanding between those races over there. Like, it's a lot,
yeah. I'm mixed. Like, I'm 50-50. Like, my dad's black, my mom's white.
See, yeah, like,
so it's like, yeah.
My bad, bro. It's like, and I never been to Pittsburgh, but I watch Wiz Khalifa. I watch
I would say this though. I hate to cut you off, but I hate to say this.
You good.
Do not let Wiz Khalifa deem an image of Pittsburgh, because this is coming from someone who was born and raised in Pittsburgh. He is not a good symbol of Pittsburgh. He is a good artist, but when we come to, if we're referring to the city or anything along those lines, no. Like,
what about when he first came out? What about when he first came out though?
Listen, well, I would say
And
this.
say yes.
It works like this. It works like this. Of course, if he would not be where he was at without the city, 100%. But that's how it always works. And everyone till this day still supports him. He literally has our national anthem for freaking Black and Yellow, like. But he's not worried about the city, which is fine, because he could, and not everyone's going to do that. But for him to be the only the only rapper that we have that's famous from here and really doesn't, I don't want to say put on for Pittsburgh or really shine light on it like how he should, or actually pull out artists or continue, it's not good. And I've literally am really close friends with someone who's actually signed to Taylor Gang, and you guys probably don't even know who he is.
I got a question. I got a quick question before we get into it, because I know what you're referring to. And T.I. got a song. I was paying close attention to Pittsburgh at one moment. It's a rapper named Hardo. You can attest to that. So T.I. got a song called All About the Money. And he was like, I'm doing it. And I feel like this was a huge subliminal to Wiz. He's like, I'm doing it for Black and Yellow, free Hardo. That line.
Listen, there are so many rappers in Pittsburgh. Obviously, there's a lot of street rappers, but we have the outcast ones too. But yeah, it's everyone knew Wiz. Like, he was just like a kid in school. Like, everybody knew who he was. Like, he was just like a cool dude. He wasn't like in the streets, but he was in that vicinity, etc. But yeah, he definitely, compared to these actual Pittsburgh rappers or these people that even Hardo actually has money. He has like some pretty good deals, and he has like some pretty good connections and eyes on him. And he actually still is putting on for the city, representing the city, performing in the city, doing features with people from the city, etc. And yeah, so it's definitely like, that's the only reason why I personally, like I said, I love music since the very beginning, and I was here since before Wiz Khalifa blew up and then after. And it's down the street from, we went to Olderdice. It's like it's down the block. But it's like, yeah, that's how I look at it from here. There's like a lot of artists, like you said, you live in Atlanta. That's all you hear coming from every single Atlanta artist. It doesn't matter who it is, where they're from. I don't care if they're from Gwinnett. They're putting on Atlanta like all the time, 24/7, and they're putting on all those artists.
Right. And it's and truth be told, they putting on for Atlanta, but like sometimes it's even, the pipeline for Atlanta is even deeper. Like, believe it or not, like Migos got people in their camp, and people will make certain local tracks over here, but and they would start to gain traction, and next thing you know, the Migos won't let them get hotter than them. So I already know what you're saying with Wiz. He ain't gonna, a lot of those artists, they're not gonna let somebody get hotter than them, and that's the fucked up part about the 100%. Game. It's like the gatekeeping culture is real. And even with Mac, the reason that I speak on your city like that, because when Wiz came out, Mac Miller was there too. You know what I'm saying? And then you had Chevy Woods from Taylor Gang, and you might be talking about him. I don't know.
No. He actually has some more light on him. I'm talking to someone who probably his name's Fed the God. He got signed about maybe like 3-4+ years ago now. And he had a really popular song before he was all the songs he was dropping were extremely popular in Pittsburgh leading up to him getting signed to Taylor Gang. Then as he signed to Taylor Gang, I'm not going to say what he signed for, because I know what he signed for. I'm just not going to say that out loud. But just know it was not something he should have did. But I know he did it for the sole fact to probably just because it's like, oh, I'm getting this probably isn't my first record label that came to me for an offer, but it's Pittsburgh, it's Wiz, I'm going to be able to put on, et cetera, et cetera. But I haven't seen, I'm not judging from my personal view, but there hasn't been no growth. He was growing at a faster rate, moving by himself, at least from my perspective or from a viewer's perspective, than he was on the back end. And then once again, if it goes deeper than that, I have people who are managers at like the top stores of like Louis Vuitton and Gucci and Nordstrom's, etc., and like very close relationships with these people. So what do I know is he's in there all the time. These rappers and these Taylor gangs in these stores all the time spending money, but there's no content being produced at all, which is fine. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge anyone's pockets or anything along those lines. I'm just looking at it from the perspective of, if we're really out here making content or building or trying to create something, then let's do that. But artists are being suppressed and they're being blinded by, you know, the jewels or the clothes or the, and that's just how it goes.
Wow.
And that's a big thing in Pittsburgh. That's a huge thing in Pittsburgh, because a lot of people, it's everywhere, but a lot of people like to pretend that they have money that they don't. And when you're involved in crypto, you see that even more. So it's definitely an interesting dynamic over here, especially with the music industry.
Crazy. Wow. So what you just said was what I was saying about Trinidad James last week. When Trinidad James did the All Gold everything, I feel like, I'm like, yo, why did you sign? They say he went and signed and went and got $1 million. I'm like, yo, why did you sign, bro?
Yeah.
You could have had this shit. You could have just took that shit nationwide. But you know, like you said, the powers that be, that's the same thing
A
that
shiny
I said,
object.
bro. Exactly. Like, next thing you know, he popping up in Audis and he's iced out, and you know, he blowing a check, because that's what last
you
episode
find
was
out.
on.
But then you find out he's broke, like he's down bad or whatever situation might be. At least publicly, they say.
Facts, but and I think this is a fact. Bruno Mars sampled that Don't Believe Me, Just Watch, because I think that, so he came back up off up off that. Yeah, he's up off that.
Yeah,
but
that was a big one.
Yeah, but initially, you know, and it's dope to get insight from those type of cities, because, you know, Pittsburgh, like I said, I was paying attention. Wiz had us watching Pittsburgh. Mac Miller as well. And I heard about Hardo. I heard him
Familiar
rapping.
with
I was
Jimmy
like, damn, I
Wappo?
like, who that?
He was another big one that was just about to actually sign the Taylor gang. And then a week before he signed the Taylor gang, he got killed.
Wow.
We had another one named Teflon in about 2013 or 2012, big street rapper. He was huge. He was huge. He literally had an 8-minute diss song, nonstop rapping. It's literally like one of the greatest songs in Pittsburgh ever. It's called Bath Salt 4 by Teflon. Literally one of the greatest songs to ever come out of Pittsburgh. 8 minutes long of just pure bars. Pure bars. But anyway, he also was in the works of getting signed with Taylor Gang, but then he got killed before he got signed.
Yeah, Pittsburgh is not Pittsburgh. I heard Pittsburgh is a rough place, man. My ex-girlfriend had family from there, and it was some girls who went to my school that was from Pittsburgh, and they was hood too, man.
It's so weird. It's really weird out here, bro, because it's like when I say there's like suburbs, and then there's like the hood. So it's like there's you can go to a $10 million house, but then you drive 25 minutes, 30 minutes down the street, and you're, you know, into another, like a little area, a little borough. We call them boroughs. Mm-hmm. And next thing you know, you're in like the hood, like the streets, the city. So it's like it's crazy around here, but it's not really as crazy as it seems. But it's definitely the rap scene makes it a little worse than it is, because that's mostly what we have is street rappers.
Whoa. Yeah, bro.
At least that's what gets the light shined on them is our street rappers. Because Wiz, I kind of think, stole the limelight from all the Outkast, different non-street rappers. Same with Mac Miller too.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's interesting with well, they say Mac Miller overdosed, but yeah, he was an interesting case as well, man. Like,
yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say. I liked him though. Damn. And nobody else want to speak? It was like we getting some people in here, man.
Nah, man. Like I really like Mac Miller, man. Like I've been hearing what you guys have been speaking of, and yeah, I've heard of Jimmy Wappo. I did hear about him. Rest in peace. But yeah, Max incident, I don't buy it. I really didn't buy it. Like it made no sense, man. He seemed like he was trying to get in a good space, and I don't think he would have wanted to take his life over, you know, drugs. I think he was trying to clean himself up, actually. So it makes no sense for me. Like most of these stories, that it makes no sense, but we have to buy the narrative that they they push in on TV and in the news, because that's what they want people to believe. But we all know that sometimes these things they're not true, and they're not the way it seems. So yeah, man. It really is sad to, like, even thinking about Mac right now. It is saddening, because yeah, he was that great. He was a vibe. And yeah, man, I really loved his music so much. He was that cool stoner dude for me.
Mm-hmm. He
Yeah,
did. He did a song with Young Thug on his album, right? That's the last time I heard a song from him, or a song, him on the track with. I think on his last album. But go ahead.
also let me. Yeah, I'll just put this into one last perspective. I'll say this: I don't listen to any Pittsburgh rappers at all. Zero,
Well,
none.
Is there a reason?
There's not this. It's I can't answer it, man. We don't really have there's good ones, but it's like I said, it's like, do you want some extremely hood trap rap, or do you want like some super like indie stuff that these people are still like developing their sound, that they're trying to find their sound. So it's like there's two different perspectives of it, because if you're going to the club, you're only getting the super hood trap rappers, or if you go the most popular scenes, you're always getting the hood trap rappers. But then again, if you go to like, I don't know, the internet or SoundCloud or Instagram, yeah, you're going to get like the woke rappers from here, but they're just nowhere near as popular.
I feel you, because I can say the same about here, man. I don't have a artist that I go to anymore. Like I might, like I said, I might think of a song or something, but it's not nobody who I'm just listening to their mixtape from front to back. Even here in Atlanta, with the plethora of artists that we have.
I was about to say, you have, but you guys even there's, I can't name on two hands the amount of artists, even just in mainstream, let alone underground, that you have the option to listen to. I can't even name some of them. And if the half the ones that I would name, Jimmy Wapo, Mac Miller, they're gone. So it's like, and then we have Wiz, but then I can't even, Hardo, but then there's these other people I can't even name that you would know.
You talking about current? You talking about current, right?
I'm talking overall. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just overall. Like, you guys have Baby, you guys have Migos, you guys have this, you guys have that. You guys got a million people. Atlanta's the number one sound hub, in my opinion. That's why I was broken when the YSL thing came down, and they were saying they were going to start coming for Baby, and then now this stuff coming out. Atlanta they're running the sound, and it's like all I listen to is LA music and Atlanta music and Detroit music.
Right. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. You just saying that stuff about Future. It's like, when I do get nostalgic and when I do want to go listen to some people, I've been going to Thug and Gunna. I go to some Future stuff. Like them is my guys right there. Them two for sure. Even Lucci, you know what I'm saying? even some Lucci, man. Like, so it's like it's sad, boy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I definitely think, I just don't know what city's gonna take over next if Atlanta's not gonna be running the mainstream.
And then what is that? Like, Memphis was kind of doing their thing, but I was a big Young Dolph fan. You know what I'm saying?
That ended that as of right now,
and that's done.
Yeah.
So it's like,
hey, let me, by the way, what is there any like huge rappers from Europe? I don't know if I can think of anyone right now when I'm thinking.
Well, like right now, I'm not sure, man. You got England. What is that? UK or
I
London?
listen to UK drill. Yeah, I definitely listen to some UK drill.
Yeah, Wiley and Stormzy, and it's you got some guys like Jay Huss and some other guys over there, but I'm not really privy. I'm not privy to them. I don't know. I don't know their songs like that.
Shout to Skepta. Skepta's fire.
Oh yeah,
Like he's
Skepta.
one of
Yeah,
those.
Skepta, of course.
Like his album, first one, Konnichiwa. Like Konnichiwa was an album that put me on to him. Like his vibe. Like I feel that's why ASAP gravitated towards like him and stuff. Cause like he's a gangster rapper, but like he has this cool, calm, and collective vibe to him. The way he raps his stuff is not too outgoing. He keeps it too chilled, and yeah. I feel like Skepta's the one and only guy that I listen to, but I know there's more that I used to listen to. I used to listen to quite a bit of them, but yeah, even now, like I stopped listening to like drill. I guess it's in the names of like these genres. Like the names of these genres just already have a bad connotation to them. Like drill, like why would you name it drill out of all things? It makes me think of shooting already. Like we also need to take into consideration the kind of terms we come up with for the music genres like trap already. Like it already makes us think like, yo, we're gonna be trapped in this music, or we're gonna be too caught up into the kind of vibes or the lifestyle that they speak about. So yeah, man, those kind of things we also need to take into consideration when naming these new music genres that or vibes that we come up with.
I 100% agree with you, like 1,000%. I just honestly think to an extent it just comes down to what type of artist you're going to deem yourself as personally, or what type of sound you personally want to go for. Because the original trap we know is T.I., so that's where it originally comes from.
Ding ding.
So it's about hustling. It's like hustling music. So I guess you could call it hustling music, but that's another rapper. But yeah, I see what you mean. But I was like, we got to change the negative connotation or what it may be. But it's a 50-50 sword too, because just because you go shoot something up and do all of this does not mean you're going to do that. Like it's definitely like a double-edged thing. So it's definitely, I think artists are aware of what they're doing, but once they get into a certain limelight, they just don't realize their influence. But then again, it's the young audience that can't determine on what's good and what's not. There are certain ages, of course, but I personally think I don't feel like the names of them are problems, because I mean, if you're making songs about trapping and selling or drugs or whatever you're doing, that's just what you're doing. That's just what it's going to be. But if you're going to make songs about making love or doing whatever, that's just what it's going to be. I mean, I feel like it's good because it's more specific. Now, do I feel like most of these artists should categorize their stuff as trap or drill? No. But a lot of it comes from the beats. A lot of it comes from the beats, not even the lyrics.
So
100%. Yeah, you're
so
correct.
yeah, that's 100% for real. Cause like with trap now, like you hit it on the head. Ti, he the one who came out with it. Trap music, you know what I'm saying? And he talked about the trap. Like this is where we post up and do our thing, sell weed, hustle, and it over time it evolved into like Xbot, Xbot the coin is your trap now. It don't got to be drugs no more. Sonar Music's Kamikaze's trap. Too Cold, she in the space. She in these crypto sheets. She trapping. I got the triangular trap tsunami. I'm trapping music. You know what I'm saying? T.I. just started with that shit, and it evolved. It took on a name of its own. So if these young street niggas want to be like, man, I'm still in the trap, selling drugs, doing it, woo de woo, then that's what they gonna do. But my trap is the triangular trap tsunami. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm over here trapping this music, my clothes, these sounds, these spaces. You know, I'm not selling any type of weed. I'm not doing any type of drugs. You know what I'm saying? I'm legal. I'm legally trapping. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, with the trap, it's different. With drill now, I don't know how you could say. See, I'm not really a big on drill like that anyway. But with the drill now, that shit just look like it's like some other shit. Like it hasn't taken on its evolution yet. That's what I'm gonna say about drill. It's fairly new. So, you know, this drill stuff is like how many people you can kill in one day in one weekend in Chicago. Like, it's being passed around in every city right now. Like, and it's not funny, but it's like it hasn't evolved into something that people can make positive. The trap has been something that people could evolve and make positive. Like, man, people be like, I'm trapping this. I'm an entrepreneur. Like, people got, you know, like they putting positive spins on the trap now. You know what I'm
Wall
saying? So
Street Trapper legend.
yeah, so you know what I mean? Like, and the trap been out for a while. They even tried to make its own like EDM dance genre. They tried to steal trap music one time. I was like, man, what is this? Like they tried to steal trap music from us on the low. So like I agree with you to an extent, but nah, it's what you make it. It's what you make it. Like I don't want to get on that flat earth wave or the spear wave, but it's like how it revolves.
The ripple affair, yeah. It's in my wallet, yeah.
You
Man,
know what I
I
mean?
feel like that track, man. Like, yo, you making me want to jam that track, man. Like, it's damn, bro. Like that track is too fire. But yeah, man, for real. Like, you guys have a point. It's more about like what you make it rather than the name. But yeah, honestly, it's more about the beats now. People just associate beats to the genres or the type of music now rather than just the raps. So maybe someone like a Metro, he's now known for trap beats, or you know, I would say Wonder Girl. Wonder Girl was she made kind of those drill beats back then. She was known for that. So yeah,
Bro, you
there's
know how many bricks I flipped and how many people I smoked in my shower singing? Crazy, bro. Singing, I don't know how many I done talked about in my shower. People looking at me like, bro,
Shit.
you done what? I'm like, oh, that's the song.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I've also trapped in my bathroom too. You know, like those kind of bars you have like in those freestyles that you make just out of having fun. You know, I wish I could rap about those kind of things, but that's not me. You know, I'm not a 6ix9ine. I can't be faking my life like that. So yeah, it's real out here. And the thing is, like, I'm seeing on my Twitter trends, right? What's happening? There's now a Los Angeles Times just posted something. It's an article, and the headline is "You're obviously a target." So rappers rethink security protocols in wake of high-profile LA killings. So I think people are starting to wake up and realize that, yo, like, it's time to be cautious and watch your every move. You know, you can't be moving recklessly, but it's there's more to it, I'm assuming. But yeah, it's crazy. What's your take on that? What's your take on having like security now?
Hold on. We got Alex here who joined the conversation. What's going on, Alex? How you doing?
Yeah, not much too cold. Just listening from Australia, just having a bit of a listen to some of the ideas on the new styles of rap and things like that are coming out. Like, I'm still 38 years old now, and I'm still rocking Big Pun and Mortar Technique from back in the days. So I like the new music that's coming out too, but just does some of it really hits with me, and some of it just doesn't. But you know, that's just me. I'm just a 38-year-old white dude living in Australia, fucking bashing up kangaroos, man. So
It's
it's all
all
good.
good. the actual topic, speaking of, because you brought up Big Pun, right? The topic that we were talking about that's like got us all the way over here to where we're at now is like beef in the music industry, right? Like, as a listener, what did beefs between musical artists, how did that play out for you? Like, did it entice, was it, is it like, do you like it when they beef more? I mean, not beef, like, or just what is your take on beefs in the music industry? And do you think it's beneficial or detrimental to the industry and the artists?
Um, like obviously it's got its place, but to be able to create beef out of nothing doesn't really make much sense to me. I mean, like probably one of the biggest beefs that have been out there for such a long time was, like Biggie and Pac. But I mean, that was obviously down to like the way the record label was doing its thing, and like that's like, I could go on for that for hours and hours and hours. I used to have a crewing company, so every time a big act used to come into Tasmania or some of the lower end of Australia, we used to set up for it. So like I was cruising around with like the likes of Public Enemy and all those guys too. So really really nice dudes, and I think bringing up Public Enemy too. I mean, those guys were all about the people at the end of the day. They didn't really want to have beef with anyone. I mean, it's not really healthy. A lot of people, especially a lot of kids as well, they see someone talking like shit on the next person or next artist or whatever it is, and whichever one they like better, they're more likely to be able to sort of spit some bad shit about the other artist as well. And when it comes down to living in the same city, I mean, if you're strapped and you want to be able to sort of make a name for yourself, like you're going to come after someone just to be able to make a name for yourself. And that's not what the music industry should be about. Like I was a big believer in the woo back in the day. And I mean, they're talking about chopping people's heads off and protecting your neck and all that kind of stuff. But that was because that was a style of music that they were going for. They weren't really sort of trying to be able to beef with anyone else at the end of the day. Like I know. I think a lot of people idolize artists, and they say, these are the upper echelon of everything that I believe in. It's like, well, no, they've given you either a story of their life of what they've been through, so you know about it, and they wish that they never went through that, but it made it who they actually are too. So, I mean, beef's got its place, man, but I mean, sometimes it can be blown out of perspective as well, I think.
So what kind of cool music are you listening to, Alex? Since you are listening to the music where they are chopping the heads of people and things like that, sounds much like good old death metal and things like that.
Nah, man, I'm still repping the Wu down here. Like literally, I've got a Wu, that much Wu Tang gear you wouldn't even realize. I've still got all their records. Like Protect Your Neck. I mean, that was life. That was life back in the day. Like, oh my god. But like there's heaps. Like you guys brought up Stormzy and stuff like that before. Like love his flows. Like he's brilliant. Really enjoying Eric Jamal at the moment as well with Coast Contra. Like, just the way that he like his cadence is just off charts. Like, absolutely insane. I don't know if you guys fuck with that or not, but
No, I don't fuck with anything these days. What was that old things like chopping heads off the people?
yeah, man, trust me. Do yourself a favor. Like, it's a bit of an education. Listen to a bit of like either 36 Chambers by the Wu-Tang Clan. Oh, yeah, there's so much stuff there, man. Like, and it's once again, it was a time and a place, and it was a culture. I mean, I still listen to like Ghetto Boys. I'm probably showing my age here as well, but like Fat Joe.
Oh yeah, you real back in the day hip hop for real. Yep. My mind's playing. Damn, is that the song? My mind's playing tricks on me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. That is
Dun,
an
dun, dun,
absolute
dun, dun,
jam.
dun, dun, dun. Yeah. 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 And back in the day, the beefs back then, I was saying earlier, right? they didn't really turn physical, right? You can get lyrically beat up, right? And then you just come back lyrically and try to beat the motherfucker up lyrically. But once we got into the 90s, that shit turned physical and then just got crazy. And still today, like, you can't be beefing with somebody and don't expect no physical harm to come your way if you cross a certain line. So for me, it's 50-50, right? Like, the musical beef, as a listener, it does entice me to be like, oh, did you hear Whoopty Whoop talk about Whoop? You hear that? You heard that song? Like, he killed him. Like, I want to hear what Whoopty Whoop's gonna say back. So it enticed me to go back and forth and listen. And then, as a listener of music, I'm for the underdog. So whoever is better lyrically, whether it's a artist that I'm already, that's my favorite artist or whatever, I'm not going to necessarily just draw to him automatically or her. I want to hear, like, who can really, like, spit that shit. And then I see it, as being detrimental as well, because it does the mindset today. People can't fight no more. They're not fighting. Like, if they seen each other and it was really that bad of a beef, they ain't finna be fighting. They finna be pulling out guns, and innocent people will probably get hurt, all types of shit. Just like you got shootings in clubs because of you know what I'm saying? A hip hop star or a celebrity is somewhere and they got beef with somebody, and somebody come in the club and start shooting. You got innocent bystanders getting hurt and all that shit. People ain't coming just to, knock you out with their fists. They're not doing that no more. So it's like 50-50 for me. Hello? Am I there?
Yeah, man, you're there. I just
Oh,
saw
okay.
Mr. X has got his hand up, so I just literally speaking.
Oh yeah, I was on a different screen. My bad. I was gonna say, yeah, I'm on the same way as like Too Cold. It's definitely like a 50-50 thing for me. I didn't even know this was topic because I joined a little bit after. But my comment on this, the first thing I think of when I think of beefs, not even referring to now because it's just pure killing now, even though it was like that back then, but the most legendary beef of all time, which changed the absolute hip hop and rap and beef game forever, we all know, was 50 Cent and Ja Rule. And it is still going on and to this day.
Yeah, we completely
And
bypassed
guess what?
that
And guess
beef.
what? And guess what? You know why it was also one of the best ones? No one was getting killed. No one was getting shot at. It was pure pettiness
You're
and
just
bars and
clowning.
just rapping and just, I'm buying all your tickets and no one's coming to your show and talking shit. That was literally one of the greatest rap beefs of, and Ja Rule, I don't know his background back then, but we all know where 50 came from. He was the streets. He could have easily went and had something done to Ja Rule, but
And you bringing up 50, Kamikaze's DMing me some stuff right now. 50 Cent is so fucking petty.
oh yeah,
He's the big
100%.
He is the big, and he'll purposely, and he does his shit for marketing stunts as
100%
well.
genius.
He'll purposely cause beef with somebody for no
Everyone,
fucking reason.
every day on Instagram, he's talking shit on somebody.
Just so that we can all keep his name in his mouth. And what is today's the past couple days? Who's he beefing with? His own fucking biological son. And it's
Yep.
to me it's sad.
That's a sad one though. Yeah, that's a
The
sad one.
boy is obviously just wants his dad's attention and wants his dad to be a part of his life, and you over here trolling him and laughing about it. Like, that's not a good look right there for me, for 50. Like,
Yeah,
come on, bro, you got to do better.
You guys want to hear a crazy theory I have?
Yeah, he's crazy, bro.
This is
50
a
Cent
super
hell.
crazy. This is a crazy ass theory I've concocted like years ago. I think 50 Cent is Pop Smoke's dad.
Wow.
Listen,
You think
listen,
so?
just listen, just
Why?
listen. It goes deeper than you think. We all know everyone gravitated towards Pop Smoke originally because of his voice. Of course, he sounded like 50 Cent, just way younger, flyer version of 50 Cent. Looks just like the dude. They have the same exact jaw structure, skin complexion, and then wait one more second. They're obviously from New York. They have the same last name. That's the part that absolutely kills me. That's a theory. I'm still gonna believe it. It's probably not true, but I'm gonna believe it until it's not a thing anymore.
Hey man, we
Because
seen crazy as shit.
I looked at it and then I was like, hold on a second, let me find out if Pop Smoke has the same last name as 50 Cent. And I looked it up on Google. I was like, all right, I need to just stop. This weed does too much to you.
Hey man, that dude Pop Smoke was litty though. I love Pop Smoke, man. He was the hardest thing. He's the last best thing I seen out of New York was Pop Smoke. For real, he was hard, man.
But just speaking to like the culture between like, you know, artists beefing and stuff like that. I mean, you know, gangs have been around since the dawn of time as well. But I mean, obviously now you've got a lot more technology to be able to take someone out, if you know what I mean. Um, like in Australia, like I mean, this is the same around the rest of the world. Like we always had bikie gangs and things like that, but now the gang culture seems to be coming up in Australia too. Like, but it seems to be a lot of people moving to Australia and then bringing that gang culture in as well. It's been a really like eye-opening experience down here. Like, I mean, you can sort of walk the streets and you might get stabbed or something like that if you're up in Sydney and like in the big cities as well. But yeah, guns are starting to be able to come out down this way as well, and it's not the bikies anymore, and it seems to be like that cultural influence, and yeah, it's a pretty fucking scary situation, isn't it?
Yeah, hip hop. Hip hop moves trends. It don't matter what. It could be a positive trend. It could be a negative trend. It don't matter. It is coming through the hip hop culture. Plain and simple. It is coming through the hip hop culture, and it's gonna reach world fucking wide. You got Indian hip hop, right? Like the Indians, the ones that have the where the dots on their head. You got UK hip hop. You got obviously African hip hop. You got fucking now Australian hip hop. You got the hip hop in the Philippines. Like it's I mean, music is a universal language, but hip hop is a very strong culture and a very strong trend that can move and start waves, or it can start waves and it can dead waves, right? Like if hip hop culture took a U-turn and stopped promoting all that type of violence and all that type of shit, I guarantee you would see a lot less violence worldwide because of it. I promise you that.
Shout out to Dead Prez with their hip hop track. You know, one thing about music, when it hits you, feel no pain. You know, so it's true. It's facts. It is a universal language, and we all connect with music. I think that is the one thing that can bring us together. Even like Lupe, in his song Paris Tokyo, when he says he went to Africa and they were not into the beats. They don't understand what I speak, but they nod to my beats. It's true. Like we all can relate to something or the music, even without even understanding what the lyrics are. We just feel the energy on the vibe. So that's one thing about music overall, especially hip hop too. Like we all can gravitate towards something when we feel that it hits, and it's something that we can all resonate with. It attracts a certain vibration to us. So yeah, shout out to musicians overall, like everybody who makes music, eh, whether it's just even writing poetry or even just doing spoken word. Like it's a talent, and yeah, it does speak to a lot of people in different ways, and we never know how much like a certain song can hit someone, because even Lemmy's music, we don't even know, like he probably doesn't even know how much his blockchain music affects a lot of people out there. He may not know what he's doing out here, with the music that he's making. So yeah, shout out to everybody who makes music. It really is a universal language for real.
For sure, for sure. That boy said
Just that.
50. That boy said 50 Cent is Pop Smoke dad.
Hey man,
Yeah.
hey man.
that's that's a comment of the day. Like, yo, that's something profound. I'm gonna even check it out and
I'm
see
telling.
what's up.
Hey man, hey man. Just saying.
Wild conspiracy theory. It could be a clone though. It could have been a 50 Cent clone too. It could be
Something,
just,
man. Something.
yeah. We
We're
don't
definitely
know.
going down a rabbit hole if he's a clone of 50 Cent. Oh my god.
Nah,
Oh
nah.
man.
This
And then
shit.
he gets killed by 15-year-olds his first out time out in LA in an Airbnb and for his watch. Like, I
Yeah.
They
hate
say
being
they
that
say they say
guy,
Pop
but
Smoke was the first one, was the first rapper to put his address out there like that, like mainstream dude, like to put his address out there and get murked like that.
crazy.
Wait, do you guys fuck
Yeah.
with the Fugees and that?
Say it
Shout
again.
out. Yeah, the Fugees are dope, man.
Oh yeah,
They
Fuji's,
they
yeah.
really they fire. Um But
Ready or not.
yeah, that's one of the beefs, Lauryn Hill had beef with them cause of her music. Like Wycliffe fucked over for real. That was not cool, really. It was not cool at all. She could have
Yeah,
been
it's
one of the
like
great.
coming from Arrested Development and stuff like that too. Like, Arrested Development was fucking sick back in the day, and then obviously moving to the Fugees. I mean, she got big, and then Wyclef did his thing with her and Praz and all that kind of stuff, and then obviously that whole situation changed over time. Yeah, it's funny. Like, and that's the other thing too. I mean, a lot of these beefs is because someone's hurt someone else's feelings, and like, it just gets bigger and bigger until the point where someone's just going to go, right, that's it, I'm going to shoot this kid.
Facts. Real
Yep,
facts.
and yeah, instead of just going to whoop his ass, whoop their ass, right? Um, they got to come out with some metal, to pop off, right? Instead of just going in and throwing fists on them.
Fact. I
Yeah,
think
shit's
right
crazy.
now, I think right now is a good segue to kind of end off the show. If anybody has anything else to say, then yeah,
All right,
we
yeah.
could
Before
pull
we
up.
head out, I'll play the track of the week again for the new guys, the new folks that strolled in here a bit late. So yeah,
Yeah,
let's go on ahead and wrap it up, say our goodbyes and all that stuff, and we'll close out with the exclusive track of the week, y'all. So
yeah.
go ahead, let me and Kamikaze.
Shout out to Dress. He's here. He's the one who made the art cover. I think Tuco can see the art cover on the platform. He's the one who made it. Shout out to Dress. He he I don't know if he's still making the project shapes because I did make that beat for that project because Lemai did email me and he asked for beats. So yeah, shout out to him. But overall, appreciate everybody who came through to the space. Shout out to Mr. Xbot for contributing. Shout out to X Lemmy. Shout out to Too Cold, the host with the most. Shout out to Mr. Crypto Jakes out there, substitute teacher, coming in with these 2 cents. Hales, doing your thing. Shout out for you, giving us some insight. Um, Wolf of God, always appreciate you, even coming through with some of the conscious questions as well. Alex and Crypto Survivor, Unity, as well as the last but not least, Silver Fox. Really appreciate all you guys coming through. So love. Sona Muse. We have our artist submissions. If you're an artist and are interested in joining the platform, please don't hesitate to fill in the form. Follow us on Twitter Sonar Muse. And if you have any questions or would like to know more about our project and what we're doing, please don't hesitate to email us at info@sonarmuse.org. Again, info@sonarmuse.org. And yeah, so love. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and that form is on top of the jumbotron. If you're not an artist, or if you do know an artist, just go on ahead and grab that artist submission form up top and shoot it to your people. All right, Lemmy, let's get to it. Lemmy there? Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Oh shit, my bad,
Yeah, let's
my
go.
bad. I was talking on the mute. Well, yes, whoa, shout out everybody, man, checking in. This was a excellent discussion, lengthy, great discussion, man, about beefs, and it evolved into the Ricos once again have taken over our industry, and how beefs within that play in that, man. It was just a great conversation. Crypto Jace, we wish we would have heard your statement, but it's too late for that now. Don't try to come up now. But shout out to Cole, the host with the most, man. Y'all keep it locked, man. She got some huge things coming for y'all. Kamikaze working his hand on Sonar Muse. I'm just happy to be a part of all of these great situations. Xbot, my favorite coin, along with Sonar Muse, in the building, man. It's a pleasure to chop it up with you guys. Crypto Jakes, man, shout out to you, man. Keep working. Keep working out, man. You'll be like me one day, and you'll be the man, you dig? Wolf of God, shout out to you and your questions, man. For sure. Hails. Alex from Australia, man. Blessings to you. Crypto Survivor, I see you. Amber, Drez, Unity. It's all love. Silver Fox, I see you down there lurking. Whoa. Let's get into the music, man. Shmita time, man. It's every 7 years, man. Every 7 years. Some market crash, there's some recession, there's some wild psyop shit going on. So that's what the Shmita is about. It's a Jewish holiday. Just pay attention to what's going on out here. It's all under design. So that's the track we about to play. Blessings on blessings. Y'all have a good one.
All right, yeah, for sure, y'all. This Sunday is the cookout, as you guys know. Every single Sunday, there's gonna be some exclusive stuff coming out this Sunday. So if you can tune in this Sunday to the cookout, if you are a Too Cold coin holder, you can get sneak peek at the exclusive info that will be coming out on Sunday. It is in the Discord, right? That is one of the perks of being a Too Cold coin holder is you guys get the exclusive news that has anything to do with me or Too Cold coin ahead of time before I make it public. So it's been sitting in a Discord for the last 2 days. So if you want to get a heads up of what will be happening this Sunday, you can head on into the Discord and look for the Info Hub forum in there, right? And then once you get into that forum room, just scroll all the way to the top. It is the pinned message because there's a new feature on Discord where you can create forums. So it's the very top forum up there. There's like 4 or 5 forums in there. I'm trying to like organize the Discord just a bit better, but that exclusive news is at the very, very top. So you might want to tune in this Sunday. But other than that, thank y'all for coming, pulling up to the Wake and Bake Vibes. Y'all know how we do it every single Thursday at 2 p.m. Eastern with our guys Lemmy and Kamikaze, right? I appreciate all of you guys joining and tapping in, listening, and as well as joining the conversation when you could, right? So no scheduled call for tomorrow for the Too Cold Xrpl cookout brand, but we will be back Saturday evening at 11 p.m. Eastern for the Xrpl pool party with Jake's right here, as well as XXX Rated. Y'all know how we do. So here we go with the exclusive track of the week by our guys Lemmy and Kamikaze. We already played it once, and we're going to roll up out of here playing it again. This track is called Shmita. And if you want to hear it again, you're going to have to either wait for Sonar Muse to, open its doors to the public, or you're gonna have to take this space call and rerun it back. You dig? And you'll be able to find it on the Too Cold YouTube channel as well. So here we go with the Shmita track from our guys Lemmy and Kamikaze. Let's go. Hold on. Let me refresh the page. My bad, yeah. Alright. Oh shit.
Hey, Levy, hit us with the hook again.
Shmita time. Shmita time.
Shmita time.
It's me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye. It's me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye. Kicking in like Galatasaray. I'm ballin' real hard with a magic play. No shortcuts brought to the heart away. I'm on that Mars champagne, real for Chardonnay. If I'm on that brown, then it's Grand Marnier. I stepped on my frames, he's a Cartier. I ain't too drunk to speak, I ain't too blind to see that every 7 years, look what they did to me. 1966, financial crisis. 73, it was an oil shot. 1980, a hard recession. In 1987, they learned their lesson. 1994, did you second guess it? A bomb market crash while you Clinton rapping. 2001, that was 9/11. In 2008, Obama recession. 2015, mega crash alert. 2022, cradle ISO 22. The prices might reduce, better calculate your moves. They don't want to have a truce, they just want to see you lose. My country owe a couple $1 trillion. Why you think we got all this money problems? I'm running up my digital cash, cause we can't afford another market crash. Me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye. Me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye.
It's Shmita, can't believe ya. I'ma tell you one time, Justin Bieber. Tip of the financial scale like a Libra. Digital cash, my wallet looking greener. The greatest transfer of wealth. Gotta keep it low key, gotta keep it stealth. Marcus in the red, seeing everything melt. Play your cards right and accept what you dial. African New Year at the same time though. We the real Jews, let me ain't lie though. In the recession, why did they lie though? Everything's gonna be okay, have high hopes. There's a difference between you and me. Shmita time, 17-year platinum jubilee. Read between the lines and the truth you will see it's inevitable. Rest in peace to the queen. Now I'm talking about the banknotes. I don't really care, y'all. I'm an asshole. Let the money swim to me like a tap hole. I'm getting high like the prices of gas though. The last big event was 17 years ago. This is a once in a lifetime event for me. Can't miss out on this opportunity. And I give no fucks, truthfully. Right place at the right time, that's where you should be. But you're asleep, can't wake up a flock of sheep. Truth is in plain sight, it ain't that deep. Got my eyes in the keyhole, watch me peep. Following the money trail, I look like a creep. Dirty money on the floor, watch me sweep. Keep my money in my pants like my breeze. My money talks, so it don't keep it brief. Shmita or Schmider, golden standard like Midas. My eye is on the prize. Financial crisis is almost on the rise, and that's how I'm moving on the real though. Can you tell me what's real though? Hold my money in escrow. I'm feeling like Drake. I got money to blow. XRP, watch the liquidity flow. Cause
Me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye. Me the time, we the real Jews, better keep in mind who that is, they on evil time. Soon you gon' see who deserve to shine with an eagle eye.
And there it is there. That is how we end it up out of here. So again, thank y'all for pulling up to the Wake and Bake Vibes. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. So until next time, you guys, we are up out of here, y'all. So enjoy the rest of y'all Thursday afternoon or evening or morning, wherever it is y'all at over in the world. and make sure you be safe in your real life and in these crypto streets, right? Never trust and always verify. All right,
Thanks so
y'all.
much, Amy and Kamikaze. Thanks so much for this week and Tuco.
Yep,
I'll
for
see you guys
sure.
next week. Love you guys.
All right,
We
later,
up
love.
out of here, y'all. We gone.